You gotta love OBS updates that ruin absolutely everything, thus rendering your previous session absolutely meaningless. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. My name's Defender, and welcome back to more Banjo-Tooie. Previously, I attempted to do this segment, but it didn't work very well, because, well, my microphone decided to die. Well, actually, no, that's not true. There was an OBS update, and it shut my microphone off for reasons. And I was like, I could have just accepted that session it had no audio, or no voice, and everything was fine, but, that's not the kind of standard I'd like to hold myself around here, so, yes, I did in fact go back and play through, the entire game again, basically, to get back to this point. So, my Jiggy numbers and my Jinjo numbers of the various colors might be a little different than where we ended up last time, but I've basically done everything beforehand that I could. So, for all intents and purposes, we're back at the exact same place. And this time, I've actually gone through the liberty of testing everything, like I should have. And everything's working. Like, I can see my bar on my mic rising now, so yeah, that was fun, but enough about that. Let's get started for today with World 3, my personal favorite, Witchy World. It's kind of like Walt Disney World, except Witchy World doesn't try to hide the fact that it's grossly overpricing everything and that most of the rides will kill you. Remember, widescreen TV was like the new hotness back in 2000. That's strange to say. Because now we just take widescreen for granted. Alright, so we gotta find Mrs. Boggy's 3 children. Alright. I mean, we're already gonna be running around all over the place. If we use this pad, we can step on this burger switch. That's an interesting saying rumbled to mean that you've been discovered. Also, the employees carry giant sledgehammers because don't you do that? I think I've talked about these before, the random stop honeycombs, which are like the skill stop honeycombs, except it just chooses a segment randomly. Hey, that works. Okay, so right outside of Witchy World, we acquired grenade eggs, which is good, because we can use them to blast open gates and that kind of stuff. Get these notes. Let's see, nothing else we can do here right now, but we did open the door, which is what we needed to do. Oh, hello over there. It's an evil slot machine. If you get close to it, it will fire tokens at you, but thankfully you can blast it from a distance with grenade eggs. And doing so will cause it to drop a ticket. We'll need 4 tickets in order to do anything, so we're just gonna have to destroy all the slot machines. Hello, you. Give me a burger. Actually, no, I'm not sure I want a burger anymore. Oh, lovely. Well, I mean, janitorial work just has to happen. But, yeah, I'm not hungry anymore. I'm glad I decided to eat beforehand. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna eat them, but some other chump might want them. And they're free, so, Look, I was a college student once. You can't turn down free food. It's, like, actually impossible to do. Unless it's something that, like, makes you sick, in which case that is totally understandable. Alright, we got some burgers. And on that note, we will be going forever and never coming back. Alright, get out of my way. What a triumphant sound effect. Okay, so this is Spaceland. You know, everyone's favorite part of the theme park. Got a warp pad over here. Excuse me. So as I was saying previously, Witchy World is probably my favorite world in the game, both in terms of its aesthetics and in its layout, because it's probably one of the simplest worlds in the game. It's very hard to get lost. Everything's kind of nice and compact and easily divided. It just makes keeping track of where you've been and what you've done very easy. Hey, we got a jam jar silo. And for a whopping 180 notes, we can learn airborne egg aiming. Now we can shoot in the sky. Now we just need a place to actually take off from. So how is everybody doing today? I know it's been a while since I've streamed, but let me tell you, it has been a week since last Wednesday. Just not really anything bad happened, but just it's been a strange couple of days. Oh, here's another ability we can learn. The split up. Look, working together has its benefits, don't get me wrong, but sometimes there are things that only you yourself can do, and the split up pad enables you to accomplish that. Simply stand on the banjo pad and press the A button. So as Jam Jar is saying, you can swap to the other character by either standing on your split-up pad or a swap cloud, which looks like a bunch of white particles, and simply touch Banjo and Kazooie back together to rejoin. So right now, both Banjo and Kazooie on their own can't do very much, but that's okay. They can actually learn separate skills, but with jam jars. Right now, we don't need them to split up, so... Again, generally you'll want to keep the characters together because, well, you know, the game is Banjo and Kazooie, not Banjo, then Kazooie. If we climb up here, we'll find not only those weird boots, but a Jinjo. Let's see, we better stop by the fry place first. Which, just like the burger place, you have to open up. But thankfully, the switch is actually just right behind the fry stand. Which is convenient. Ah, Kazooie, always with that sarcasm. Limp, salty fries. I mean, well, we're not gonna get much better in Witchy World, so... fork 'em over. Actually, that's a good question. Has Salty Joe seen customers in, like, years or something? It sure doesn't seem like you do very good business ever since, well, Grunty fell several stories and was buried under a boulder for a few years. I feel like that'd be really bad for business. Well, let's go over here first. Alright, so this is like the Western-themed area. You know, another classic of the theme park. Here's a question for everybody. What's your opinion on theme parks? Oh, hold on, I gotta pull my camera back. I thought there was one of those, like, Snapdragon things, but thankfully there wasn't. Okay, so now let's go over this way. Get some more notes. Whoop. Hold on 1 second, please. Alright, sorry about that. Ow. We should be good now. Sorry, someone just needed something from me really quick. What? Okay, you know what? This is actually a good opportunity to show something else you can do. You can use grenade eggs to just blast the Snapdragons right out of their holes. Alright. Well, that was much harder than it needed to be. And here we are at Wumba's Wigwam. Fortunately, we don't need Wumba's help just yet, but we did activate this warp pad, so... Actually, I'm trying to, like, path things in my head and figure out where we need to go next. We could do that now. Nah, let's... We've activated the warp pad. So let's... No, actually, we can do this thing over here, just as soon as we get this jerk out of the way. Ah, the classic test of strength. So in this little puzzle, you need to hit the pad at the front of the test of strength with 3 different things. A grenade egg, a bill drill, and a beak buster. You can hit the switch in any order you want, but you have to use those 3 skills in order to ring the bell. You should definitely start with the grenade egg first, and from a safe distance, because it takes the longest to perform, and, you know, you don't want to blow up. I mean, if you're into that thing, you can, but I like not exploding. Alright, so here we are at the Crazy Castle Stockade. Oh, hello. Fries? Alright, we got fries. Here you go. I mean, I'm definitely not gonna eat this. Alright, that's one kid. Alright, so the castle's looking a little deflated. Maybe we can get it back, excuse me, up and running again. Blast open the gate to the pump room. Alright, now I know what you're thinking. Wow, that's a easily collectible Jinjo. Well, there's a reason for that. It's a Minjo. Oh, and I skipped the dialogue. Oh well. Minjos are basically just evil Jinjos that will attempt to attack you if you get too close. They're easy to defeat, though. Alright, so I want to split up here because... as I was saying previously, some moves can only be learned by Banjo or Kazooie by themselves, and this is one of them. And this is actually probably the most important move that Banjo will learn by himself, because... it's the Pack Whack. This will enable Banjo to defend himself, which is weird to think that he couldn't do so beforehand, but... video games. So yeah, just press the B button and you'll swing your backpack, which will enable you to strike enemies. It's pretty strong, but it's kinda slow, so make sure you don't accidentally bump into someone when you use the move. The Pack Whack also enables you to do one of my favorite things in this game, which is probably unintended, but I love using it, the double jump. Basically the Pack Whack resets your ability to jump, so if you jump, Pack Whack in midair, and then press A again, you can double jump, like that. And if you press A, B, A in really quick succession, you can do something like this. Yeah, it's really good. Mostly unintentional, but, you know, it's really good. I don't think the devs intended for you to do that, but, you know, it's in the game. I'm gonna use it. It's really helpful. Like, here's how helpful it is. Normally, can I... Oh, I could just jump up to there with that, but I can do this instead. So, yeah, the ability to double jump with the pack whack is really handy. You're gonna see me use it a lot. Alright, so we're gonna switch to Kazooie, because we need Banjo and Kazooie alone, together, however that works, in order to start the Crazy Castle. Oh yeah, those are the swap clouds. You know, that's what they look like, so... Get the Pump Master 2 going. It's so much more energy efficient than the Pump Master 1, let me tell you. It was probably one of the very few smart investments that Gruntilda ever made into this theme park. Is there a difference between a theme park and an amusement park, or are they just the same name, or are they just different names for the same thing? Alright, so that's enough of that. Thankfully the castle will remain pumped. Let's see, we're gonna split up here. I know we just got them back together, but I did this for convenience. It'll be faster. Because inside the Crazy Castle, there are 2 challenges. One for Kazooie by herself, and one with Banjo and Kazooie together. So we're just gonna start with, Kazooie alone. This leads us to the Hoop Hurry game. Which basically answers the age-old question, what if Superman 64, but good? Nah, I don't need rules. Alright, so it's very simple. Run around the room and jump through hoops. The red hoops are worth 1 point, green hoops are worth 2 points, and blue hoops are worth 3 points. By the way, this color point scheme carries through in all other minigames. So red objects are always worth 1 point, green objects are always worth 2 points, and blue objects are always worth 3 points. I did it really fast at the beginning, but be sure to grab the turbo trainers in the middle of the room. They are indispensable, but you only need 30 points in order to finish the minigame, which is not very much. Like, see, we're already done. We won. But I'm still gonna try and collect more points, because, well, you know, shiny objects make brain go, whee! And we did it! Nah, I'm good. Alright, now it's Banjo and Kazooie together. And you will need the airborne egg aiming ability in order to actually complete this other challenge, so make sure you have that beforehand. This is the Balloon Burst game. We have to score 50 points in 60 seconds. Nah, I can explain the rules better than you can, Gruntilda. Alright, so simply fly around the area and shoot the balloons that spawn. There are some. You are equipped with rapid-fire eggs, so just hold down the Z button and you'll keep firing continuously, with unlimited ammo. So yeah, you should, like, never not be shooting in this. Also, can I just say that I love the minigame music? It's so jaunty. Give me that. Oh yeah, and you have to be in first person in order to fire eggs while flying, so I apologize if this causes any potential motion sickness, but blame the developers and not me. This challenge is actually a bit harder than the Hoop Hurry challenge, mostly because of the amount of points you have to collect. I'm not sure, it's gonna be close. Alright, we actually got just enough. It's weird, on my last attempt I got like 70 points. I don't know, it just didn't seem like many of the blue balloons appeared, but oh well, we still won. Hello, Booble, we're glad to have you here. No, I would like to not play again, please. I have other things to do. There we go, that's better. Alright, so let's get out of this bouncy castle, which makes me sad because bouncy castles rule. Excuse me. I need to collect some grenade eggs. Convenient that grenade eggs are just kind of lying around. And that's 2 Jiggies. Alright, so that's pretty much all we can do here. Hello, Genre Chowder Studios. We're glad to have you here. We're glad to have everybody here. Excuse me, that was cheating. Excuse me. You violated the law. Now pay with your blood. Like, seriously, what was that all about? I couldn't do anything about that. Okay, so where? Oh, I know what. No, I want to do that later. Sorry, there's just so many different directions we can go in. It's hard to pick. But what I want to do right now is go to Wumba's Wigwam that we can transform into what we need to transform into today in Witchy World. Thankfully, the Globo is located right inside. No, come here, you. Alright. Yes. Yeet. Okay. So what exciting thing are we gonna turn into today? Huh. Alright. I'm a van. Carries a lot of coins. Alright. I can beep at things. Cool. I mean, this is just look at how ridiculous we are. I mean, just look at the shorts. It's just so yeah. With the horn, you can beep in front of these special doors to get them to open up. Thankfully, the van is indestructible. You have unlimited health, so you can just run people over if you want, like this. Vehicular homicide. Also, those evil slot machines won't give you any trouble. So yeah, the van isn't really much for platforming, but we still need it, so, you know. If we go back over here to Area 51 near the very beginning, we can beep in front of this door and get a Jinjo. I do have to say, though, the van kind of gives me a disturbing question, which, because now it's inside my head, I can't, leave it there. So, Banjo transforms into various things, right? He keeps his backpack and his shorts. Shorts are generally used to, you know, cover your butt, which, you know, that's how shorts work. So, my question is, when I do this, does this mean that we're looking inside Banjo's butt? You know how some teachers say that there are no stupid questions, only stupid answers? Well, I feel like there are some questions that shouldn't even be questions in the first place, because the answers are too much to comprehend for most mortal minds. And I think that was just one of them. Excuse me, you appear to be inside of me. It's very illegal. Man, the hit detection is weird today. Ah, yes, because most amusement parks that I know have doors that could potentially crush all of your bones. What a fun place this is. Also, they have lava, you know, like all the best amusement parks. Now that we're here in the Inferno, there's Mumbo's skull, which we'll need his help soon. Also, apparently we can drive in lava because, you know, logic. Activate the warp pad. So how's everybody doing today? I think I asked this question before, but, you know, it's always good to ask again. Excuse me. Let's see. I got that one. I got that one. Can I get the one over here? Excuse. Let me up, please. Sheesh. I did not get that one. And inside this door is a Cheeto page. Alright, so that's all we can do with the van for now. We will need to transform into the van one more time later, but not until we get Mumbo's help. So yeah, Witchy World kind of introduces more advanced pathing, i.e. like the steps you have to take in order to complete everything. Which I kind of like in a way, but I know some people find that it overcomplicates things. Okay. So now that we've done that, let's go to... Actually, let's walk normally to the haunted section, because we have things to do there. By the way, how is everything running? Everything looks fine on my end, as far as performance goes, but, well, you know how Twitch works sometimes, and that it doesn't. I feel like this would be a good spot for, like, a Snake Eater reference, but I'm not smart enough to do that. Alright, carefully cross the thin wooden beam. And get a Jiggy! Jump into the tank, which thankfully doesn't shatter all of our limbs instantly with the amount of speed we had. And pick up the last 2 notes of Witchy World. I could be doing better, but I could be doing worse. Alright, well, I'm glad you're not doing worse, genre. Everything looks good on your end, Booble? Okay, that's good. And you just had lunch. Oh, what was for lunch? Alright, so this is where we want to go first. Oh, so basically this is explaining that you cannot take the burgers or fries outside of Witchy World. Which, I mean, right now that doesn't really do anything, but later on we will actually need to use that for something. Got some PHO noodle soup. How's that pronounced? Like, pho? Never heard of that brand, but noodles are good. Alright, so we're gonna climb this ledge in this spooky graveyard. Avoid getting snapped, because, you know, that's generally... Oh, hey, watch it. Camera almost blindsided me there. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. It's a Vietnamese noodle soup. Interesting. Alright, so by doing this, we can open up the doors that will enable us to, bring Chuffy the train from Glitter Gulch Mine here. There are some puzzles that require you to use Chuffy by bringing the train between worlds. In fact, it's actually required at one point in order to finish the game. So, the boss fight against Old King Cole in Chuffy's boiler is actually one of the very few required jiggies in this game. Maybe. Oh, okay. You know me, I can't words very well. Clearly. Alright, so now that the train is here in Witchy World, Hello, kid. You're hungry? Alright, well, if you say so. You know your body better than I do. He wants a hamburger. Okay. Take it. Alright, well, unfortunately we won't actually be able to do anything with that kid for right now. We did have to give him the burger, but, we don't have the proper skills to be able to move him around, so just gonna have to leave him there, I guess. The Haunted Cavern. You know, with the bridge made of teeth, in pitch blackness, above an endless yawning void. It's the perfect place to bring the children. I mean, I guess it's just... Again, I know they're all playing this up for laughs, you know, the homicidal theme park, but I love the idea of that. Not sure what that says about me personally, but, you know, it's cool. Grab this ledge. Thankfully, there are no enemies here in the dark, which would be really mean. But if we clamber up to here, we can collect a Cheeto page. These ghosts will light your way across the bridge, but if you get stuck in darkness, you can actually use fire eggs to illuminate your path briefly. But thankfully, that shouldn't be necessary. Also, the teeth will hurt you on direct contact. Yeah, like that. Ow. Alright, so we go in here. This is the Cave of Horrors. Is that kid here? Yeah, okay. There's the third kid. Really? Nothing we can do? Well, I'm sorry about this kid, but, you asked for it. Alright, well, we know where the last kid is, but we can't do anything with him yet. Oh! I recognize that chewing sound. It's Gobi the camel! So yeah, if you remember, we last met Gobi in Click Clock Wood, and we used his water to help grow a giant flower. And then he said he was going off to the lava world, and I guess he wound up here. Yeah, we should let him out. Just fire a grenade egg right at the lock. There we go. Also, question: how does a camel grow a beard? Like, I know that they're doing that to show the passage of time and that Gobi's been in that cage for a while, but still, that just looks weird. I don't think camels grow beards in real life. Maybe they do? If they do, it definitely doesn't look like, you know, an old Santa beard. Alright, get a Jinjo in that cage. And here, we have a dinosaur. Interesting. That is a fair point. Alright, we'll let you out too. There we go. The dinosaur will only leave the cage if Chuffy the train is in Witchy World, so you'll want to do that first. And just like a lot of things, we actually won't be able to do anything else regarding this dinosaur until a few worlds from now, but we do need to do this now in order to speed things along, so, you know, it's still worthwhile. Alright, but that's all we can do in this Cave of Horrors, so let's get out of here before we wind up in a cage. Oh. I need some light, please. Thank you. Ask and you shall receive. Sorry, I looked at chat for just a moment and I was about to careen right into a tooth. Me starts eating Defender. Oh, I recognize that chewing sound. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you like that. I just recognized that stock sound effect of Gobi. Little Defender knows all. It is true, I do know a lot. Alright, so now we can go into the Inferno. Again, you know, lava-filled doomscape. Perfect for the whole family. So we'll need to use the split-up pads here. And stand on this, which is a shock jump spring pad button. So we can use that to reach the Jiggy. But as you can probably guess by the fact that I split up beforehand and the swap cloud here, to get off the button, the pad shatters. So Banjo is on button duty. Zooie doesn't have much health. Alright, we're gonna have to be careful then. Grab the trainers to try to make progress up, while we have to jump over the little fire guys on their carpets, or on their sleds. You'll have a better chance of jumping over the fire guys if you jump straight up rather than ahead. Oh, we're here. Okay. Now we just need to go down and try to land gently. There we go. Alright, get back together. Alright, now we'll need Mumbo's help. Oh, there's an empty honeycomb. And a guy. Did we just kill Mumbo's roommate? Well, at least that cut... Well, now Mumbo has to pay all the rent himself. Not sure that benefits anybody. Hey, Defender, how are you? Hello, Pro and Pro Gaming. We are glad to have you here. I saw that yesterday, you were doing Fall Guys. Like a Fallapalooza, or was that Saturday? All the days just kind of bleed together for me now, so... How was that? I hope it was good. Alright, it's Mumbo time. Excuse me, whoop, hey. Watch it, mister. Okay, so now that we're Mumbo... We actually don't have very much to do with him, but that's okay. Yeah, no, we want to go here first. So basically, Mumbo's job is electrician. He needs to power up the various rides around the area with power. So this first one is for the Saucer of Peril. Sounds exhilarating. Let's see. Yeah, we had a good 11.5-hour stream of Fall Guys on Saturday, and it was a ton of fun. Didn't get that infallible trophy like I was hoping for. But a great time we had, and many crowns were still won. Hey, that's good. I am glad to hear things went well. Okay, so now that we powered that up, I'm gonna avoid the employees, as you should do normally. Now we need to go to Space Zone. I think I asked this previously, but I'll ask it again. What's your opinion on amusement parks / theme parks? Actually, I think I asked that previously, but then I got sidetracked, like I usually do. Powering the Dodge 'em Dome here. Theme parks don't really do anything for me. I mean, they're not bad, it's just... I don't know, just... I don't really like the, roller coasters. I don't like roller coasters in general, so that kind of thing doesn't interest me. Like, just give me a good selection of, midway games, you know? Where can I win the stuffed animals? Because if the only thing that I get out of a roller coaster is, a nice visit to the nearest trash can, not really sure I want that. It's the reward to risk ratio just isn't in my favor, you know? Okay, so here in the Star Spinner, it's really dark. That's okay, we got a Mumbo Pad here. There we go. Let's see. Google says, really enjoyed roller coasters as a kid, but that was the only thing that was ever enjoyable, but nowadays not a huge fan. I never liked roller coasters, so, you know, you tolerated them better than I did. And yeah, I'm not super huge on roller coasters. Heights and I do not get along well. I see, Pug. Yeah, I remember, I think, the last big ride I went on was, one of those pendulum ones, the ones that go 360, kind of like a clock hand. Boy, was that a mistake. I'm actually, thinking back on it, I'm impressed that I, at the age of 10, had the nerve to get on something like that, because there is no way I would get on something like that today. I guess that's just what inexperience does. It makes you do stupid things that a smarter you would never, ever consider doing. Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. I need to go there as Banjo, not as Mumbo. Alright, so that's all Mumbo can do, unfortunately. Let's see. Theme parks are something I enjoy from time to time, though I usually save that for seasonal events. Like when Busch Gardens does Howl Scream or Christmas Town. Oh, okay. Have I been to a Busch Gardens before? I don't think I have. Never been to any real parks of any kind other than the playground type park. Hey, that's okay. Playgrounds rule. We have a community center relatively close to my house, and they have a nice playground, but unfortunately it's really deteriorated in recent years, just lots of budget cutbacks. Okay, so we need to go back to Wumba's Wigwam, because we need to transform into the van briefly. We need Mumbo to open up the door to the Dodge 'em Dome in order to actually get the other thing we needed with the van, but, you know, we couldn't do everything with the van in one sitting because we needed the van in order to get Mumbo. There are only 2 Busch Gardens that I know of, one in Virginia near me and one in Florida. Oh yeah, I think that makes sense. You think I would know some more about this. There's a YouTube channel that I watch. It's called Defunct Land. It's really good. It's about, not just specific rides, but also, specific theme parks that have shut down. It's really informative. I love it. Alright, so in order to actually get inside the Dodge 'em Dome, we have to pay for it, so... Alright. Unfortunately, we cannot go in as the van, so we have to turn back into Banjo and Kazooie. I Again, this is kind of one of the things that a lot of people will mention problems with, that there's just, it feels like they tacked on extra steps to things, like Mumbo opened up the Dodgem Dome, so why not just go immediately inside his Banjo and Kazooie and see the challenge inside? But no, there's a literal paywall that you have to transform back into the van in order to solve. Again, if you know these things ahead of time, they're not too bad, but I can definitely see how a first-time player would be very annoyed by this. I don't remember what my first playthrough was like, because that was when I was 6 or 7. Let's see, Pug says, I've seen that series. I remember the video where they did about the long closed action park in New Jersey and all the medical issues and the big water slides caused. Oh yeah, Action Park is like, isn't that like lawsuit capital of the world or something? Just so much stuff happened there. Oh, just drop down, please. Because now we can actually take advantage of this thing. Now that we've powered everything up. Just scramble up to the top. No, I want to snag onto the ledge. Yeah, hit detection's kind of finicky here. And by kind of, I mean extremely. There we go. Alright, please don't knock me off. There we go. Alright, so some dingus has left the cable car in the middle of the track. You don't do that. So we gotta perform a little bit of a tightrope walk. Oh, that works. Push the recall button. Pretty much, yeah. Honestly, it's amazing it stayed open as long as it did. Yeah. Press B to experience the scenic splendor of the cable car ride. Alright. And it actually is quite a splendor. I like this, like, panning camera shot. It's very cool. Also, please enjoy the platform suddenly transforming from wood into steel. I don't know why it does that, but it's cool that it does. I like it. I've heard of Defunct Land, what it's like. It's very documentary-like. It's very informative. Pick up this empty honeycomb piece. Oh, actually, I wasn't supposed to fall here, but I'm gonna beat you up anyway, because I can. We want to grip grab over to this. Now, if you came here before you activated the Mumbo pad, these electrical blasts would not be coming out of the pipe, making traversal safer, but we need the electricity on in order to actually utilize whatever's over here, so it just saves time. Step on this switch, then it'll activate a permanent shock jump spring pad. You can beak barge this button. Now, if you didn't destroy the boulder blocking the path of the crate in Glitter Gulch Mine, you can't do this. So you will need to go back and do that first. Documentaries are pretty much my favorite type of film, says Genre. Then you will love Defunct Land. As will everybody, because it's really good. Alright, who's ready to go on a ride? Saucer of Peril. Sounds safe? Sure hope this thing has seatbelts. So this is basically a shooting gallery that's on rails. Just shoot the targets with your rapid-fire eggs. Score 500 points for a Jiggy and 400 points for a Cheeto page. And away we go. Oh yeah, there's also going to be a lot of spinning and stuff, so if you get motion sick, you might want to look away until the jaunty music ends. But yeah, just keep holding down the Z button and keep shooting. The allotment of, like, what targets appear in each little, like, pocket of targets can be random. But you'll always encounter the same pockets in the same place, so... Like, here you'll always encounter 5 targets. Right there you'll always encounter 5 targets, but what colors they can be are random. except for a few specific ones, which are always all blue. Now this is the kind of thing I like the, you know, the tests of accuracy at the midway. Could you imagine doing something like this in VR? You'd pretty much have to have like a trash bag nearby. I've never done anything with VR. It doesn't interest me very much, and it's really expensive, but I can imagine that it would be a pretty nifty experience. But I'm also worried about, you know, VR sickness and all that. We're being kind of stingy with the points today, aren't we, friends? I mean, I'll take any points I can get, you know. They all help. Alright, here comes one of the all-blue ones. There's actually a minigame like this in Nuts and Bolts, which is a throwback to this. But unfortunately, it's like one of the last ones in the game. It's found in the last world, so I'm not sure how many people saw it, you know, considering Nuts and Bolts. I know I've made this statement before, but I will die on this hill. Nuts and Bolts, on its own terms, is a good video game. It's not a good Banjo-Kazooie game, but it is a good video game. And I truly believe that. Also, hello, Just Jershin. Actually, you came at a good time, because that means you will get to witness something cool. VR seems super cool, but since I have to wear glasses, contacts, I always shy away from it. That makes sense. You know, it's like you're having, you know... It's like you're having 3 sets of eyes. I don't know, am I gonna score enough points? It'll be close. I think I will. Alright, here comes the second set of all blue targets. Just 25 more points. Oh, we're good. Okay. All right. Oh, you dox me every stream, it's my job. Hey, you know, at least Just Jershin's consistent. I win 2 bleeping prizes. Well, you don't have to swear at me, all right? You don't have to be sassy at me that I won. It's not my fault that I'm good at this. No. Alright. Now let's head inside. Because let's see, we have... I think only 3 more Jiggies we can collect. Alright, now if anyone really has a problem with heights, you're gonna want to look away here. Okay, so now we need to climb on top of this planet. Oh no, oh dear. Alright, okay. Everything's fine. I didn't fall to my death. Oh. Got it, okay, cool. Now can we land safely? That's the $64,000 question. Alright, you know what? That's fine. We can just mug these chumps for their health. See? Just rub some honey on those several fractured limbs. Everything will be just fine. Good save, thank you. Okay, so that was that. So now let's go into the Dodge 'em challenge. Or it's basically just bumper cars. It's bumper cars with like, way more potential for whiplash. Well, relatively safe anyway. Hey, you know, my health was the same when I left, so, you know, all's well that ends well, right? Collect 60 points in 45 seconds. Alright, so yeah, we're just collecting shiny Christmas lights. And yes, they did say twinklies, which are the same as the Christmas lights in Freeze Easy Peak, which is a nice continuity thing. Thankfully, your cart moves faster than your opponent's, so you just have to worry about not getting cornered, which, you know, with only one opponent, is not that hard. Also, I like how my opponent's cart has this really menacing face, while Banjo's has this absolutely dopey expression on it. It's great. I love it. I love bumper cars. Like, when I go, if there's a chance to partake in a round of bumper cars, I will always go for it. It's like one of the safe rides for weenies like me. But yeah, just like in Kickball, you will need to complete 3 challenges here. Each time, the number of opponents you have to face goes up, but strangely, the number of points you have to collect goes down. Which one is the gas pedal? First of all, it's the one on your right foot. And second of all, I didn't think bumper cars usually came equipped with brakes. Like, how fast are you driving these things that a brake would be necessary? Which, I guess that means if it had a brake, you could take it on the road? How surreal would it be if you're, like, driving on the freeway? You know, you're going, like, 60 miles an hour, or whatever the speed, you know, whatever the limit is where you are, and a freaking bumper car just pulls up the side alongside you. Like, just... What goes through your head when you see that? Just this little tiny bumper car doing 60 miles an hour on the freeway. I mean, that's just hysterical, I think. Aw, we almost got the funny number. Oh well. Still have one more round. Alright, so in the third round, you have 3 opponents, and you must collect 40 points. How are you even gonna see with that helmet over your face? Also, why don't we have a helmet? This clearly violates all of the health and safety regulations. All of my opponents have been provided helmets, and I have not. So is it okay if I get brain damage, but they don't? This is clearly favoritism. I'm filing a complaint. You know, provided we actually live through this. Excuse me. If you wiggle the control stick back and forth, it makes it easier to kind of squeeze out. Oh yeah, also, if your opponents drive over a Twinkly, it'll disappear. Ow. Excuse me, that's my neck. I need that to look around. All right. I'm sorry, officer. I saw the bumper car and instinct just took over, so I ran him off the road. That's funny. Also, why is Gruntilda giving us a Jiggy? Isn't it in her best interest to not hand those over? Oh well, logic. We're talking about a game with a bear in shorts. Logic kind of stops applying to the whole thing. Alright, let me check my status real fast. Excuse me. Yes, there is only one more Jiggy we can collect right now. And thankfully, I think it's one of the best ones. People who have played this game before, based on the direction that I'm going, will probably know what's about to happen. But for everyone else, just sit back and be amazed, perplexed, prepared to feel an emotion. Alright, here are your tickets. You will also need the airborne egg aiming ability before you can do this. So make sure you have that beforehand. Since we aren't going inside a circus, what's people's opinion on the circus? I mean, I know there's the whole thing about, you know, how clowns are terrifying, but like just the general idea of a circus. Best song in the game. Oh, Just Jershon knows what's up. Oh, hello. Ah, I see you're going to enter my nightmares. Good. I will prepare myself for this. You just had to kick the hornet's nest, didn't you, Kazooie? This is Mr. Patch, the strange wobbly inflatable thing. Alright, so this is Mr. Patch. As his name would suggest, you'll need to shoot at the patches on him. Give the creative who gave him his name a raise. I mean, look, naming things is hard, okay? But after you land your first hit, these boxing gloves will pop out of the ground and punch you if you attempt to stand still and shoot Mr. Patch. So you'll have to take to the sky. By the way, the feathers and grenade eggs will respawn continuously. So you don't have to worry about running out of ammo or anything. You use the beak bomb to put some distance between yourself and Mr. Patch. And just start firing. If you hit a patch, Mr. Patch will be staggered for a moment, which will give you an opportunity to shoot more. Mr. Patch's only real way of hitting you, aside from the boxing gloves, is to shoot exploding beach balls at you. You can avoid them relatively easily, but you can also shoot them with your grenade eggs. See, here's the staggering in action, so we just land 3 hits quickly. I'm not sure why Automod held that, but yeah, that's fine. If you get too close to Mr. Patch and bump into him, you'll bounce back, but you won't take any damage. He does shrink and move faster as he runs out of patches, though. I see a lot of things in chat, but right now I'm trying to avoid being hit by, you know, beach balls shot by a homicidal car sales, you know, car dealership inflatable, so give me a second, I'll read everything. But I do see it and appreciate it. If you have the homing eggs cheat, this will also help you out a lot, since your eggs will actually kind of have a limited degree of tracking. I mean, Just Jershon is right, this song is great. In fact, it's so great that they included it in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and it wasn't even a remix. They just included the regular song. Thank goodness this takes place in such a big tent. Just a nice open area to fight in. Fortunately, the last 2 patches are... Oh, I win! Never mind, I thought that last part was gonna be tough. Okay, let's see. Circuses are kind of weak, in my opinion. Never been to one, but from what I've seen, they look like they subsist in incohesive color scheme and animal abuse. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, genre. It's a wacky waving inflatable arm flailing dinosaur. Sure is. I bet Mr. Patch is feeling deflated after that fight. And with that 10 out of 10 caliber joke, I'm just gonna take my Jiggy and resupply, and we're gonna get out of here. Okay, so that is in fact everything that we can do here for now, because the last Jiggy is finding all of the children, and we can't bring the last one home without another ability, so we're done. Again, this is Grunty just telling us we can't take stuff out. You can actually skip most dialogue in this game, at least in the original N64 version, by holding the L, R, and B buttons together. Like, if you normally can't B skip through something, L, R, and B will let you basically get rid of pretty much any dialogue, for the most part. Okay, so that's it for Witchy World. But now that we've acquired some new techniques, we can actually go back to some previous areas and collect more stuff. First thing we're going to do is go back to Spiral Mountain, because now that we have, actually as it turns out, just grenade eggs. I originally thought that all this time you needed airborne egg aiming to be able to do what we're about to do, but no, you just need the grenade eggs, because if you walk over here, you just lob a grenade at this grate. The game wants you to, like, take flight and then shoot a grenade egg at it, but you can just shoot it from down here. So technically you can get all of the hidden Banjo-Kazooie items, the 2 mystery eggs and the ice key, by the time you finish Mayahem Temple if you've collected enough notes. Because all you need is grenade eggs, and grenade eggs are not that expensive to learn. Please grab the bridge, thank you. While we're here, we can also get another Cheeto cheat. Because we have 5 Cheeto pages. Eggs. You will give me some eggs. Alright, so we have to go back to Mayahem Temple to punch that in, but that's okay. That won't take too long. I guess while we're doing all this backtracking and trying to collect some stuff, something that I've been thinking about for a while in terms of Banjo-Kazooie is its legacy. Because Banjo-Kazooie as a franchise has a very strange legacy to it. I mean, well, unless you've been living under a boulder, Banjo and Kazooie were basically brought into Super Smash Bros. Ultimate over a year ago. And I know just saying that will probably cause some of you to immediately crumble into dust, thinking that Banjo and Kazooie have been in Smash for more than a year, but that's how it works. But, it seems like all of the nostalgia for Banjo-Kazooie, at least today, seems to just come from that first game. I mean, I'm not saying that people don't have nostalgia for Tooie or Nuts and Bolts. What I'm saying is that it seems like, at least from what I've seen in the fan base, it seems like the only game that the vast majority of people can agree is, like, the good one, is the first Banjo-Kazooie. I mean, if you've seen discussion on Tooie in the past couple of years, and especially Nuts and Bolts, it's very divisive. Like, there are some people who say that, you know, Tooie and Nuts and Bolts are good games. Some would say that they like them more than, you know, the original, or what have you. Others say they're vastly inferior. Oh, yeah, what I'm doing here, people who have played this game, they are now beginning to sweat uncontrollably. That'll make more sense when we actually get to this world, but, don't worry, you'll get to experience that all for yourself in due time, my friends. In due time. And that goes there. You go there. That goes there. No. Yes. And we've done it. Okay. Let's see. Minecraft Steve Pog, Fortnite Walkman. Admittedly, I've never played Tooie myself, but hoping to fix that relatively. Tooie is a good game. I believe that it is a good game. But people have made good points that maybe it was a little too ambitious for its own good. I played Tooie right when it came out, back in the 3D Collectathon heyday. Back when games like this their value was determined by how long they were rather than, how objectively fun they were. I mean, granted, that really hasn't changed much in recent years, but now that's applied to more like RPGs than platformers. Although I guess, to be fair, RPGs have always had that kind of stigma against them, that length is the only thing that matters in how good an RPG is. I've never played any of these games. They're good games. If you're looking to play them today, I'd say that the easiest way is through Rare Replay, which is on the Xbox One. It includes the Xbox Live Arcade versions of Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, and I think also Nuts and Bolts, but I don't know that for certain. We need 36 jiggies to enter the next world, okay? But yeah, as I was saying before we began with that puzzle, it seems like all of the goodwill that Banjo and Kazooie has these days just comes from that first game, because Tooie and Nuts and Bolts are kind of divided among the fans, and there are some games that just never even get mentioned, like the 2 GBA ones. I'm willing to bet that probably most of you didn't even know that Banjo and Kazooie were on the Game Boy Advance. There was Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge in 2003, which is kind of like basically an isometric Banjo-Kazooie, and it's not bad, but it's definitely kind of it's very take it or leave it, You're not missing anything if you don't play it, but there's no harm in playing it. And then there's Banjo Pilot, released for the Game Boy Advance in 2005, which is initially started development back when Rare was still with Nintendo, not owned by Microsoft, as a sequel to Diddy Kong Racing called Diddy Kong Pilot. But then, Microsoft bought Rare, and so they had to change the license. So it became Banjo Pilot. Banjo Pilot is like it's I'd almost say it's mediocre. Like, it's not gonna shorten your lifespan if you play it, but like you don't really gain anything from it. It's just there. Like if I'm just kind of on Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge, I'm very on Banjo Pilot. I know that's not exactly a glowing recommendation, but it's how I feel. Alright, so we're gonna go over here, back to Heggy's egg shed, and cash in this second egg. Alright, here you go. Now let's see nature in action. That was beautiful. So for hatching the pink egg, you learn the Breagle Bash. Double tap the B button while standing still quickly to use Kazooie as a feathered billy club. It's actually your strongest basic attack, as you can defeat enemies that would normally take a roll attack or even a rat-a-tat-rap with just a single Breagle Bash. It also has good reach and a strong launch trajectory. Now, if only there was a game that could utilize something like that. Okay, so in order to actually progress, we're gonna need to go to the plateau. Let me beat this bird into the ground real quick. I mean, you do what you have to. But we've collected 6 empty honeycomb pieces, so we can actually collect another health extension. Yes, please. Okay, I don't know if I've ever seen that before, and that is objectively funny and made me chuckle. Hey, you know, violence is funny. That's basically what I'm getting from all of this. You know, slapstick violence. Because it is very slapstick. Let me see if I can't put it in action somehow. If I can find some schmuck to clobber. Not you, because you're airborne. Definitely you. Alright, come here, you. That's great. Alright, you will actually need to learn the split up ability in order to progress in the game, so, you know, make sure you have it. It's a very simple puzzle to solve, though. Just you stand on this switch. You bring in Kazooie and you stand on this switch. Huzzah, we did it. Boy, was that tough. Alright, so before we talk to Jam Jars over there, let's go push that train switch. Okay, so now the train can reach the Isle of Hags in the cliff top. We don't need Chuffy right now, so we won't summon it, but we will need it eventually. For probably one of the most frustrating and hardest to acquire Jiggies in the whole game, if only because of how much time it takes. Alright, Jam Jars, teach me your ways. Ah, ice eggs. That's cool. So ice eggs will freeze targets solid. Unfortunately, they don't actually deal any damage, so they're mostly used for practical purposes, such as freezing enemies in place and other things that can be frozen. In all honesty, they're probably as situational as the fire eggs, but, you know, they're still neat. Also, the cliff top is where Mumbo makes his home. And we will need Mumbo for one thing. Just one thing here in the Isle of Hags, but we'll get to that eventually. We'll open up the silo. And jumping down here, without falling off the cliff, lets us push this switch, which extends this bridge. Now that actually opens up a path to one of the later worlds, because right now we're on World 4, and that opens up the door to World 7. Yes, 7. Which we don't have enough Jiggies for. It's actually the thing that we can open up next, once we collect enough Jiggies. We'll, however, take these musical notes. Oh yeah, you can stand by these altars to see how many more Jiggies you need to open up a specific world. In addition, if you have enough Jiggies to open up that world, you can actually teleport from the pillar to Jiggy Wiggy's temple immediately. So it's a nice time-saving thing. Alright, so it's time for World 4. It's not Jolly Roger Lagoon, or Jolly Roger Bay from Super Mario 64, it's Jolly Roger's Lagoon! You can use the bill drill on these patches of dirt, and this is your standard water world, basically. Just give it a nice seaside town kind of style. We'll need to use the doubloons in order to buy things, which we'll need to buy a few things. Just gonna explore the beach a little bit. There's a warp pad. There's this thing in the middle, but it's got a big crack in it, so let's blow it up. Shoot first. Don't ever ask questions. I think Jolly Roger's Lagoon is an alright world. It's not my favorite, but it's not my least favorite. I do like the little, sea shanty that plays here. But, I mean, you know, just like, pretty much all the music in Banjo-Tooie is really, really good, as in the whole series. We will need a total of, like, at least 20, we need at least 26 doubloons in order to purchase everything that matters, so start scrounging up. Hello, piggies. What seems to be el problemo? Polluted and cold. That's definitely not the combination you want in a pool. Oh, you grew another arm. Well, no, that's just unnecessary, Kazooie. Alright, so it's full of sludge, and it's cold. Well, I think we can rectify one of those problems. We can use this shock jump spring pad we've unearthed. And climb up on the roof. Thought there was something else on this roof besides another shock jump spring pad, but there is not. That is okay, though. Prefer polluted and warm enough to not be refreshing. Different strokes for different folks, I guess. There we go. Just scramble across this ledge. Now you see they're sneaky right there and tried to blend that in with the background. But not this time. We'll just get over there very slowly. And pick up an empty honeycomb piece. And then we can feathery flap over to here and bill drill our way inside. Which brings us into this place. The basement of the waste disposal plant. Get some nice N64 slowdown. I know we've been encountering that a lot, but really, I've played this game so much that I've just kind of grown numb to it. But I definitely know if that bothers some people, but, well, this is the version of the game that I got, so it's what we're gonna use. But by pushing this button, we stop the waste disposal. Although, to be fair, I think... Look, I'm all for, you know, environmental protection and all that, but doesn't what just happened required, like, years and years, and probably thousands of dollars? Like, it just doesn't work like that. As much as I wish it did. Much as I wish it did. Get a nice camera angle there. But like Banjo was saying previously, this one will take a while, and I mean a very long while. We won't be able to solve this problem until the last world of the game, so just gonna have to get used to it. Okay, so first, let's go inside Jolly's. Hello, barkeep. I gotta go, I'll see you later. Alright, genre. Ah, Kazooie. Always focused on what she wants. A wave racer? A vicious sea demon. Don't say that so matter-of-factly. Two doubloons. Alright. Actually, you can pay the 2 doubloons if you want, but you can actually just, it's not nice, but you can save the 2 doubloons without having to hunt them down by just using a grenade egg and blasting the door open. Ah, who needs a door? Doors just get in the way, you know? They just add another step into the whole room entering process, and who wants that? Alright, so if you get on this little stool here, you can blast up this gunpowder. Man, we are just causing so much property damage today. Alright, so, before we go inside that room, approach the jukebox. Jolly will tell you that it's broken. You will be able to fix it, but it'll take quite a bit of effort and time. But over here is a very interesting character. The Captain Black Eye. Scourge of the Sea, and, very, very seasick. Alright, so we're just gonna talk to him a few more times. Splice the main brace! We got a 4th wall break. No, those are always good, and expected in rare games. But after you talk to him for a few times, he'll give you 2 doubloons. And then he'll fall over. Lovely. And now, if you talk to him, he'll actually begin rambling something very interesting. I had a dream once. Now, come on, say the other 2 things. A bear stole me glory. Looked a bit like you, he did. And this... Yes, I know, you had a dream. I were in this fine game. Alright. I had a dream once. I were in this fine game. A bear stole me glory. Once we learn the ability in here, I will talk about that. This is sub-aqua egg aiming. Now we can aim underwater. Very handy. Okay, so the whole thing that Captain Black Eye was rambling about is actually a reference to the original Banjo-Kazooie's development history. So, there's a lot of videos on YouTube about this that go into much greater detail, but this is a nice, short, abridged version. Basically, the original Donkey Kong Country team were planning to make basically what they called their magnum opus on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, a game called Dream, which was supposed to be like this kind of adventure RPG with the same pre-rendered graphic style as Donkey Kong Country. But, it quickly basically scaled out of the Super Nintendo, what the Super Nintendo could do, and so development moved on to the Nintendo 64. But they couldn't lock down a good frame rate, and things were spiraling out of control. It was too big. It was too complex. And so, oh, I need the Globo first. They basically decided to make something that was a little simpler. They saw Super Mario 64 early in development, and they were like, yeah, that's the direction we should be going. And so they took one of the minor characters of Dream, which was a bear character, and actually in concept art you can see that this bear character looked a lot like Banjo, had a sword, and all that kind of stuff. and he was called Banjo. And so they kind of created this sort of 2.5D-esque kind of platforming game. And Kazooie came along from the idea that the developers wanted to give Banjo a quote-unquote realistic double jump. It basically explained why he was double jumping. And so they came up with wings and said, oh, what about wings coming out of a backpack? And so, you know, a bird. And there was Kazooie. And so, basically, Captain Black Eye was the villain of Dream. But once the whole game development switched to, you know, the platformer that we now know as Banjo-Kazooie, Captain Black Eye basically fell out of it. You can actually see Captain Black Eye's picture in Mad Monster Mansion, sprawled all over the place. So yeah, that's basically just... So his whole rambling is just a nice inside joke. Alright, so we're gonna switch to Kazooie here, even though I just did that. Because, over here in this cave... Not only do we have some much-needed doubloons, there's a ability that only Kazooie can learn, the Wing Whack. This enables Kazooie to attack without using eggs. Press the B button to attack. You can do a standing attack, which is like almost entirely useless, or you can do the spinning attack while on the move, or while jumping, which is way more useful, as you can also use it to extend your jumps. As you can do a jump, wing whack, into a feathery flap if your timing is good. So, yeah. But now Kazooie can attack without having to use up eggs, which is good. Let's see, now that we've picked up the Globo, you can go to Mumbo. Now, if you thought Mumbo didn't have much to do in other worlds, let me tell you, he only has one purpose here. He can only do one thing. It's a very, very important thing, but still, you don't need Mumbo very much in Jolly Roger's Lagoon. All right. Oh, we can also do this. There's a crack in Mumbo's skull. Not like, you know, his head, but in the skull that he lives in. You could use a grenade egg to blast that open, but using Mumbo just saves you a grenade egg. And the potential embarrassment of blowing up. Alright, so Mumbo's one duty is to sunlight the oxygenated water, or to make the water oxygenated. Now, this defies basically every law of science I've ever read about in any, you know, textbook, but this will make the water breathable, which I'm not even going to try to explain how that could possibly work. But now Banjo and Kazooie can stay underwater as long as they want in Jolly Roger's Lagoon. Which is good, because most of the rest of the world takes place underwater. Alright, good job, Mumbo. Now go back to your chair. Alright, so we're gonna head over here now. This is the one building we have not entered yet. And we find our good old friend, Captain Blubber, who now apparently sells Wave Racers. Do you have any copies of Wave Race 64 left? Because I would totally like to buy that if you do. Oh yeah, it's been like a couple of weeks for me. It's been just one whole day for Banjo and Kazooie. Oh, a possession? Alright, sure. I'll buy it. Take it. It's a box! Also, you should probably get that gas problem checked, blubber guts. Jump up here. We'll collect a Jinjo. Alright, so inside the box is a pair of turbo trainers, which we can actually use to snag another Jinjo, as well as some more doubloons. Alright, we got another Jinjo. Now we jump into the drink. We found 25 doubloons, which is actually the last amount of doubloons that we need. Let's go over here. Go back into the pawn store, because we have enough doubloons to buy the Jiggy. Yeah, we want to buy it. Cha-ching! Look, I know that, customer service / retail positions are, like, the worst thing ever to have, but you could not possibly sound any more unenthused. Like, you would have to be trying to be less concerned about this. However, if you go back in immediately after buying the Jiggy, there's a Cheeto page for sale for a measly 5 doubloons. You got that right. I guess we all have a little bit of Kazooie in us. Sure. There you go. And with that, as well as probably getting some glass shards in my back, I get a Cheeto page. Alright, so we've done pretty much everything that we can do above ground for right now. So it's time to, plunge in. Now, if you have not acquired the faster swimming from Royston in Spiral Mountain, which you can get after learning the Bill Drill in Glitter Gulch Mine, I highly, highly, highly recommend that you get it now. Because you're going to be spending a lot of time underwater, and the extra speed will help you immensely. So these things are called blubbles. If you shoot them in the eyeball, you'll disable them briefly, which can let you snag the prizes inside of them without, you know, getting tentacle whipped. And... oh, those are just eggs. I don't need those. Okay, so in certain caverns, the path will be blocked by an octopus. Now, I'm not sure if this is how if octopi do this in real life, but if you shoot them in the face with an ice egg successfully, you'll freeze them solid and enable you to pass. If you bump into a tentacle while they are frozen, they'll just push you back. You won't take any damage, but still, it means you might get stuck and then you get, wombo comboed a bunch, which is never ideal. So this is, Atlantis, apparently. Activate the warp pad. So we want to go in here first, because we'll learn the last move that we need to. It's a very interesting move. Trying not to get electrocuted. And for only 290 notes, we learn the Talon Torpedo. Press the Z button while underwater to fire Kazooie out of your backpack like a missile. You can then steer her with the control stick, speed up with the A button, and return to Banjo with the B button. This will enable you to bash down doors underwater, as well as do other things. Activating the Talon Torpedo does cost 5 feathers, though, so don't use it all willy-nilly. Alright. Oh, just eggs. It's not what we need. I would like that treble clef, though, so just a quick eye shot. The Talon Torpedo will let you break down doors that have Kazooie's mug on them. Just crash into them. These are the ancient swimming baths. I don't actually think we can do anything here right now. But let me double check. We can beat up these pirates. That's fun. See, there's a Cheeto page up there, which we definitely can't grab yet. I think that's the only thing in here. There's a beehive. And that's a Minjo. I know that for a fact, but I will prove it. But yeah, that's all that there is here. A Cheeto page we can't get yet, so we'll have to come back. I think out of all the worlds in the game, Jolly Roger's Lagoon has the most backtracking in it. There's just the most things that you can't do here on your first visit. Let's see, now that we have the Talon Torpedo, the first thing we should do is head back into the previous area. Because there was a Kazooie plaque, or I guess plate, that we can now bash into. Get a better angle. That's not a better angle. In fact, that's probably the worst angle I could have had. There we go. Use the Talon Torpedo to break into here. And as you can see, there is a time limit, so you can't do this forever. So what's this? It looks kind of futuristic. Oh yeah, this is definitely futuristic. Oh, we got ourselves some aliens. That's cool. Alf, Betty, Gammo. Those are nice names. We have a cell phone. Just like widescreen. Cell phones were like the new hot technology at the time. I mean, cell phones have existed for, quite a while, but, they were big old bricks back in the day. They were certainly not the multimedia devices that we have today. So this is really simple. Just shoot ice eggs into each of the holes of the crystal reactors. Just stand in the center, spin, and shoot. Of course, that does mean you have to wrestle with the kind of finicky aiming, but you got enough time. Oh yeah, I can't keep you from dinner. Ah, there's the exit. Yeah, I'm sorry that I haven't been streaming very consistently. It's just been a busy last couple of days. How oddly specific of them to say that. But for helping the aliens out, we get a jiggy. Okay, so now we can head back into the main Atlantis area. There we go. So how are you all with water sections in games? I know that there are some people that just hate them just across the board. Doesn't matter what they are, or even if they're designed well, just don't like them, can't stand them for whatever particular reason. I feel like it's more there's an empty honeycomb piece in here. But for me personally, I base them on how they're designed. Like, the idea itself doesn't bother me. This may be the game that caused my fear of the ocean. Oh, interesting. Just Jershon. Why would that be? Because I can think of underwater games that are much scarier than this. But in order to enter this area, we have to, using the Greek symbol code, and punch it in by shooting into these urns with the correct symbols marked on them. Let's see, we got... I think that's Gamma, Sigma, Omega, Sigma, Delta, Delta. I think. So, Gamma. This one. Gamma, Sigma, Omega, Sigma. Sigma. Omega. Sigma. Delta, Delta. Could be this one? Yes. Victory! That was definitely the eels in Super Mario 64. Yeah, I think Nintendo itself is probably the cause of a lot of childhood nightmares. See both Super Mario 64 and The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. And Majora's Mask. Okay, so we're going to stick to regular eggs for this challenge. Hello. Crispy Bacon. That is a name. I am so sorry for your name. You could try to sound a little more interested, Banjo. Well, that is a logical explanation, you know. In tourist traps like this, they always charge too much money for stuff. But we need to protect Crispy Bacon from the fish. Let's get a good camera angle. Yeah, this is good. Alright, so what you want to do here is, you'll need sub-aqua egg aiming, of course. But you want to stay directly above the cage, and then just spin. If you have the homing eggs, this will also help you out a lot. So yeah, just stick and move. Stick and move. And when you see a fish, just shoot it. Any egg type will do, so just stick with your default eggs. Thank goodness for the fast camera rotation on this. Just a few more seconds. That's it. Yeah, that minigame always gave me trouble as a kid until I learned the technique. And we get a Jiggy for our efforts. Also, I think that camera is just a Game Boy Color. That is just a Game Boy Color with the Game Boy camera attachment to it. That's funny. I never noticed that before. You learn something new every day. Jiggy. I'm gonna take this opportunity to replenish my supply, because there's lots of eggs here. Man, remember the Game Boy camera? That's a real blast from the past. Alright, cool. Fully restocked. Alright, so we're gonna go over here because we can activate another warp pad, as well as avoid another octopus. Excuse me, your tentacle appears to be phasing through the wall. I'm no scientist, but I'm pretty sure that's not a physics. Oh yeah, those are pufferfish, and they will swell up and explode if you get too close. So don't. Activate this warp pad. It's interesting, that warp pad doesn't really save that much distance, but what do I know? Now, as you can see, there is a box with a Jinjo labeled on it, so just give it a quick shot with a grenade egg. Blast it open for a Jinjo. Oh, we've completed the brown Jinjo family, and won another Jiggy. Use our Talon Torpedo and bash through this. Let's see where this goes. So I guess on the topic of the Game Boy camera, what was everyone's first, water supply pipe, Glitter Gulch mine? Okay. What was everyone's first, handheld device? Like, handheld game console? Mine was a Game Boy Color. I remember, I was very young at the time. I think I played, like, maybe 10 minutes of Pokemon Yellow, and I played a little bit of the Game Boy Color port of Donkey Kong Country. That was really about it. Like, the first handheld system that I really sat down with and had a lot of time with was the Game Boy Advance. It's actually where I first got acquainted with the... hold on, I just made everyone sick. With the Donkey Kong Country trilogy. Because I played those ports. Those were really good ports. But by doing this, we can save this Jinjo. And we've saved the entire yellow Jinjo family. So yeah, if you want, you can drop down and go and exit through Glitter Gulch Mine, but it'll be faster if we just go back through the pipe. Game Boy Color for me, the partially translucent purple one. I will say that is one of the nice things about Nintendo hardware in like the late 90s. Everything was this nice translucent kind of thing. Like, I have the translucent N64, green Nintendo 64. It's just, it's so 90s. I love it. But yeah, really the Game Boy Advance is where I played most of the, like, Super Nintendo games that I didn't get to, because I was too young for a Super Nintendo. So, like, Super Mario World, Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario Bros. 3, Yoshi's Island, Donkey Kong Country Trilogy. Being able to see the techie bits was very cool. Oh yeah, I agree. I like seeing all that stuff. I don't like seeing that tentacle slap me in the face, though. There we go. Just took a few shots. Ugh. Darn it. Are you kidding me? Am I stuck? Okay, cool. I managed to avoid that. Sheesh. That was not very fun, let me tell you. Oh, I could have just taken the warp pad. Alright, I'm a dingus. Oh well. Let's go over here. Welcome to the Seaweed Sanctum. It kind of grows on you. Okay, now this place, I will admit, this was one of the things that scares me as a kid. I gotta say, one of my biggest fears is things that look normal, but are actually mimics. Like the seaweed here. I don't know what it is, but that's just one of the things that I hate the most. Just things that look friendly, but are not. Like, don't play with my trust like that, okay? Like, just don't do it, okay? You don't have to be a jerk about it. Definitely need some ice eggs. There we go. Like, look, I get it. I know, you know, sometimes distrustful of things. Maybe that's just a statement on me, but it's just like, if you're evil or, you know, trying to kill me, just make it obvious. That's all I want. Like, you know, Jason Voorhees, big scary hockey mask, dude with a machete. You know, that's all I want. Just some obviousness in the terror. That's all I'm looking for. You don't have to do this subterfuge and try to hide among us or anything like that. Just come out and kill me. That's all I want. Get this Jinjo. I'm a simple man, okay? But by heading over this way, we enter the sea bottom. Ah, let's see, what do you contain? Ooh, an empty honeycomb piece. Okay, so scattered throughout the level are these, like, transparent fish. Each one contains something different. Oh, hello. You are a giant fish. I believe that is Just Jerson's favorite, but you can use the Talon Torpedo to collect the thing that's inside, the transparent fish. Alright, so push this button, or activate the warp pad. We can use the grenade eggs to blast this thing's teeth off. Perform some dental work. Not this up close, though. I don't want that. And... What? Alright, there we go. And... Fish with sharp teeth are a no-go for me. I imagine that they're a no-go for a lot of people. You're probably not alone in that. Well, I lost sight of it. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Found you. Please open up. There we go. And now we can swim inside, because that seems like a smart thing to do. Also, that seems like it's a recurring thing with N64 Rare games. I mean, we did it in Banjo-Kazooie with Clanker. We did it in Donkey Kong 64 with, that giant mechanical piranha. And now we've done it here in Banjo-Tooie. That Jinjo tried to blend into the background. Because that's fun. No, I want that. I'm pretty sure I was already at full health, but still, I like honey. Honey is good. Oh, hello. You must be, the person Jolly sent us to find. This rescue operation can be all yours, if the price is right! Does anyone still watch that? Watch The Price is Right? It's still on the air, isn't it? I don't know, I haven't watched network television in so long. Oh, alright. Alright, let's get out of here before we're, digested. Because that does not sound like a fun way to go out, let me tell you. Blug. Alright. Get my bearings. No, really, where am I? I don't recognize this part of the cavern. No, really, what? There's the warp pad, okay. There's the seamy fish. Alright, that was just weird. Okay, so let's go back to the surface. Alright, so first let's go talk to Jolly and get our prize. Easy there, that counter's not for standing on. Well, we got a Jiggy. Good for us. I think one more Jiggy and we'll actually be able to open up the next world. Which is pretty exciting. Okay. So we blew open this entrance beforehand, but we didn't go in here. I didn't go in here previously because, well, we needed the Talon Torpedo. Just drop right on into the basement. Smuggler's Cavern. There's a Jiggy way over yonder, but we won't be able to grab it yet. Let's see, what do you contain, my friend? That looks like a Cheeto page. I definitely want that. If the camera would work with me. Got it! Uh-oh, are we about to explode? Okay, no, we are not about to explode. I like not exploding. It's one of my favorite pastimes. However, as you can see... Whoop, I didn't want to do that. I'd like to do this. Alright, so now we can go in here. Oh, hello. That's much too close. That was a little scary. This is the water supply pipe to Grunty Industries. Which, Well, now that I've said that, is World 6, and if you've played Banjo-Tooie, then you know Grunty Industries. You know Grunty Industries. You're not glad that you know it, but you know it. For all eternity. Alright, so if we're going through in here, we find a Jinjo. And that was it. But still, we found that Jinjo. Now we can go back. And as you can see, our oxygen has been replenished because, well, we can breathe underwater here. We cannot breathe underwater in Grunty Industries. Even though I guess technically we should be able to, at least in that little pocket, because, you know, this water connects directly to Jolly Roger's Lagoon. That water was oxygenated, so... Oh well. It's not that big a deal that it isn't. Okay, so we can actually, if you were keen-eyed observers, can note this little gap right here. Which should take us to... Where does this take us to? Oh, okay. I thought this took us to a slightly different place, but that's okay. Still generally leads us to where we want to go. Freeze that octopus. Has anyone ever eaten octopus before? I know it's like a considered delicacy in some places, but I've never had it. I'm not the biggest fish guy. I can eat it. It's alright. Oh, hello. I did not see you. I apologize for that. We're gonna go back to the Big Fish Cavern, because there's still like one more pocket of Jolly Roger's Lagoon we have not seen yet. No, I wanted to... Thank you. I just wanted to swim quickly. Just let me swim, alright? It's all I want. Just keep swimming. There's another big ol' octopus. There we go. I thought for a second that egg wasn't going to connect, but it did. Which I am immensely grateful for. Underwater beehive. There's some feathers. We're gonna do something with that locker. Do you have a Jiggy? No, you have grenade eggs. Looking for a warp pad. That's what we want. So we want to head back to Atlantis, now that we've unlocked this warp pad. We can go over this way, which we did not go before. There's a Globo here, because this is where Wumba's Wigwam is located. And there should be one more seamy fish here. Ah, look at that. That's what we want to see. So yeah, the seamy fish have different items in them, and they're all randomized each time you start the game. Start a brand new file, so, you know, there's always one that has a Jiggy, always one that has a Cheeto page, and one that always has an empty honeycomb piece, but where they're put depends, so, you know. Hello. Jump in? I guess we'll just dive in, because, you know, water. So what transformation do we have here? Oh! That's cool. We become a chunky little submarine. So yeah, the submarine is probably one of the best transformations in this game. Hold down the A button to accelerate forward, while using the control stick to turn which way you want to look. Press the Z button to fire a torpedo, which basically works like a grenade egg. You can even aim it underwater, like this. Press the B button for a ping attack. This is basically, it doesn't deal damage to enemies, but it will freeze the octopi that you see. So it's basically your ice egg substitute. Unlike the van, though, you can take damage as the submarine, which is weird considering that a submarine is also armored, isn't it? So we're gonna head to the Lockers Cavern. There are two things that we can do with the submarine here. If we plunge into this hole, we can play a minigame, but only as the submarine. No. It's very simple. Just shoot the mines. Again, red ones are worth 1 point, green ones are worth 2 points, blue ones are worth 3 points. Your missiles do have a limited degree of, your torpedoes have a limited degree of auto-tracking, which is nice, but still try to aim at your target. You'll have better aim in first person, so stick to first person. Just score 60 points in 60 seconds. Ah, that's what we want to see. Also, you may notice, but these mines look exactly like the mines in Treasure Trove Cove. You know, the ones that go at the water's surface, and then they try to munch on you and blow you up. Talk about asset reuse. But hey, you know, they're using them in a new creative way, so it's fine. Asset reuse isn't that much of a problem. I mean, most RPGs do that. It's simply practical. Oh, I went past the funny number. Oh well. Luckily, that was all skill, Grunty, and you know it. Alright, so where's the Jiggy? Should be over here, I think? Yep, that's it. No, thank you. Thankfully, they just take you right out of the cave, because trying to find the exit is actually pretty tough. Okay, so here in the locker cavern, there's something else that we can do. You want to look for the locker that says, D. Jones. Davy Jones. Now you can use... Ow! Ow, 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 ow. That's what you get. I'm gonna pick that up. I want the health. There we go. I like how all the sound effects are muted. That's a nice touch. Anyway, where was I before I was rudely interrupted? I was trying to shoot this. You can blast open the literal Davy Jones locker with either a torpedo or a grenade egg, but I recommend a torpedo because... Here's a boss fight. Uh-oh. It's a big ol'... It's Lord Woo Fack Fack. Self-important anglerfish. In his appallingly cramped locker. Why are you sleeping in a locker anyway? Well, we just wanted the Jiggy, man. Alright. Okay, so this is Lord Woo Fack Fack. And yes, in case if you're wondering, did they actually do something like this to get past censors? Yes, they did. Because this is Rare we're talking about. Oh, hello. So, as you can see, you can actually fight this guy as the submarine, which I recommend you do because you have unlimited torpedoes. But the basic idea is the same. You want to shoot, let's see, is it the boils first? Pretty sure it's the boils first. Yeah, you want to shoot the glowing boils. which I'm not sure why they're precious to you, but eh. So as you can see, this fight operates pretty similarly to Mr. Patch, at least in the basic execution. You know, you shoot the boss's weak spots, and you win. Let's see. Where's another boil? Give me a boil. There's a boil. Oh yeah, and the torpedoes will hurt you if you're too close, so, you know, don't be too close. Alright, come on, shoot at me. Thank you. He fires these electrical blasts at you, which are relatively easy to avoid as long as you know, move. That's another one. But yeah, as you can see, not having to worry about your ammo capacity in this fight is really nice. Okay, that's just 2 left. I gotta admit, I think anglerfish are really neat. I think a lot of underwater life is really cool. But I think that's because, well, we don't obviously get to see very much of them in their natural habitat, or really any kind of habitat, because, well, we haven't really done much exploring of the ocean, at least in the grand scheme of things. I think I read somewhere once that we know more about space than we do underwater. But I don't know, I just think I love studying marine life. It's just so cool. But after shooting all of the boils, he'll open his eyes, which of course then means shoot him in the eyeballs. It's crazy how much we don't know about the ocean. Yeah, it's a shame, really. Because think of all the things that we could torpedo down there. Actually, maybe we shouldn't do that. Oh. Yeah, we've explored more of the moon than we have of the ocean. Okay, that's what I thought. Or I thought it was space in general, not just the moon. But hey, you know. Oh. Just keep firing. There we go. Yep, you've gone belly up. Well, I guess we'll just, Subnautica when, Poggers? Yeah, I'm not playing Subnautica. Like, I'm just not. I mean, I probably would handle it better than, some other people, but, you know, I just don't want it. Well, good, I guess. Take this honey and go. No one wants to play that game, but it's so cool. It is very cool. I know that's not what they were going for, but if it was just a kind of, just an exploratory game, you know, just looking around, ow, just enjoying things, I think that could be really cool. But unfortunately, everything wants to try to eat you, which, you know, it's not nice. Yes, I would like to warp, please. No. Warp pads are kind of finicky underwater. Is that everything we can do for right now? Let's see. Collected all the empty honeycomb pieces. Can't get that Cheeto page. Yeah, and there's 3 Jiggies we can't collect yet. Oh, so we're done. Isn't there a dolphin simulator that's just swimming around the ocean? You mean Echo the Dolphin? I'm pretty sure Just Jershon had played that, and not... I think he was... If he was terrified by that, you know... And Echo sucks. Like, Echo the Dolphin just sucks. I only played it I think, a couple of times at my, when I was a kid, at my orthodontist's office, because they had a couple Sega Genesises. Or is it Genesai? I don't know. But there was a Genesis machine that had Echo the Dolphin in it. I played it for like 10 minutes, and I was completely confused, and I hated it. And I wanted it to stop. Yuck, lol, not Echo. Oh, okay. That's the only dolphin simulator that I know. I was terrified by how badly it controlled. Yeah, it's not great. Okay, so that actually is everything we can do in Jolly Roger's Lagoon. So let's get out of here. The stream's going swimmingly, actually. That was an unintentional joke. I promise. I promise for once I did not think of that. You gotta believe me on that. Alright, so we're back in town. Okay, so we actually have enough jiggies to open up this world. So, I'm going to use the warp by examining the pedestal. Do you wish to warp to my sacred temple? Yes! And doing that saves us a bunch of time. Challenge number 7, okay. As you can see, don't start with much of the puzzle completed anymore. Do. I remember my grandmother used to have these, like, 1,000-piece puzzles. And, like, I understand the appeal of puzzles. I think they're fun, but, like, 1,000 pieces? Like, why, though? Why would you do that to yourself? It's just why? I like puzzles, but not that much. Congratulations, you picked every single wrong one. I hope you're proud of yourself. There we go. I can't skip the world opening, so this is a good chance for a water break. Also, drink water yourselves. I feel like I'm in the minority who does not like these kinds of puzzles. I can understand that, Booble. I don't know, they're just kind of... they're simple, I think. There's just a certain charm in that kind of simplicity. I think so, anyway. I just can't afford the spare time to really sit down and do one anymore, but puzzles are legit. I get that feeling. Right, I get that sentiment. Okay, so if I remember correctly, we need 45 jiggies. Yeah, 45. So we just need 7 more. That's not too bad. I think if I had the time to do one, I'd rather just take the time to read. Understandable. Okay, so there's actually something that we can do in Spiral Mountain. Actually, I think this is the last thing in general that we have to go back to Spiral Mountain for that isn't talking to Cheeto. Because once you have the Talon Torpedo, which is the specific ability that you need to be able to progress in the Isle of Hags, you can come over here to the waterfall and see this. Bash it open, grab a Jinjo. I don't want that. I would, however, like to go around and collect some feathers, because I need to resupply myself. I've been using too much stuff. Alright, and then just one blue egg. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do, but I looked at chat for just a split second and disaster happened. Remember, don't platform and read chat at the same time. Let's see. I'm trying to think what else we can do. There's nothing left in Mayahem Temple. We have no codes to enter. We don't have all the abilities we need to finish off Glitter Gulch Mine yet, or Witchy World. And we obviously just came from Jolly Roger's Lagoon, so it's time to progress forward. In the Pine Grove, you can see that this is one of the tracks where this is the track that Three Witches went down. Oh, there's some notes in here. I forgot to pick those up. Oh well, we got them now. But you can see there's that big boulder. Thanks to the Talon Torpedo, we can now bash it open and proceed on our merry way. Inside another digger tunnel. But I recognize that stomping. Hey, look who's back. Klungo, revenge-seeking minion. So, yes, as you can see, it's another fight with Klungo. This is the blue potion, which splits him into multiple copies. The clone that begins moving last is the real Klungo, which I did not do. What? Okay. Apparently I'm just blind. But yeah, Klungo's a little tougher, but not really. He throws his potions a little faster, but as long as you keep moving, you shouldn't get hit. Okay. Okay. Also, I think it's strange that Klungo's boss fight music is the one that got remixed in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and not the final Gruntilda boss, but hey, you know, that was their decision to make, not mine. And we win. Poor guy. You almost feel sorry for him. Almost. Alright, so let's proceed onward, shall we? This is the wasteland. Oh, it's a Jam Jars silo. This is where we can learn the last egg type of the game. The Clockwork Kazooie egg. The Clockwork Kazooie egg fires a remote-controlled bomb that you can guide around. You can move it with the control stick. I almost said left analog stick, but the N64 controller doesn't have a left analog stick. Oh, Jamjar is just gonna explain how it works. You move it around with a control stick, detonate it with the B button, and you can make it jump with the A button. It's also capable of picking up objects. So just self-destruct. Have a good one, gotta head out. Alright, Booble, we'll see you later. But yeah, you can only carry a very small amount of Clockwork Kazooie eggs, so make sure you use them wisely. Alright, so before we head over there, there's actually this crack in the wall, which leads to the final regular world of the game, but we don't have enough Jiggies yet, but we can collect those notes. So this leads to... Are those notes over there? No, those are feathers. It's alright, though. This leads to World 5. The prehistoric, perilous, pterodactyl land. Now, I gotta be honest with you. I like the concept, but I think pterodactyl land is probably my least favorite world in the game, just because it's so boring. It just feels like this probably has some of the most egregious, backtracking and stuff. It's just, I don't like it very much. It's got dinosaurs in it. How do you make something about dinosaurs boring? See, there's an empty honeycomb piece over there. That's no problem. You can actually take this opportunity to show that you can pick stuff up with the Clockwork Kazooie eggs. Now, you do launch the eggs on an angle, or on an arc, so you'll need to aim up if you want to shoot at any distance. Bump to the wall. I hope you like the color brown. I mean, brown can be a nice color for some contrast, but it's just blah. Not quite. I know you can shoot it into the gap. I've done it before. Like, almost like that. There we go. And pick it up. Alright, there should be, I think... Yeah, a Talon Torpedo button we can push. Boop. Boop the snoot. Get a Jinjo. Oh yeah, it should be mentioned that your oxygen will not deplete while in Talon Torpedoes, so you don't have to worry about coming back to Banjo dead from lack of oxygen. It's just, which is good. Yeah, the Breagle Bash works really well on these guys. Let's see, that's muck, which we shouldn't really deal with. Could use the wading boots right now. But I want to look around a bit more. I want to open up warp pads and stuff. Actually, there is something that I know we can do right now. Don't think this is it, though. But let's see. Yeah, it's not this area. We need an ability we don't have yet, that we learn in this world. But what we can do is climb up this vine hidden behind the waterfall. Remember, kids. Rule number 13 of video games. Always, always check behind waterfalls. Because there's like a 97.3% chance that there's something good behind them. So here we are on the river passage. With another empty honeycomb piece. Oh, so close! I almost got it. I'm pretty sure that this isn't how you're supposed to collect it, but it's what I always do. Got it. Alright, and that took substantially fewer eggs. Get along on the side, we'll be able to walk without being swept up by the current. There should be some music notes around here, I think. Yeah, there they are. Trying to hide them from us because their developers are pretty crafty. No, I want that. There we go. Oh, there's more. All right. And there's an electric eel in here because, you know, reasons. It just couldn't give us some shiny things to pick up without also trying to electrocute us. Alright, so we'll use the grip grab to cling onto this ledge. Okay, so you can kind of see what they want us to do here. They want us to... That's a jam jar silo, but it's an ability for Banjo only. So you can kind of see what they want us to do. They want us to first work together and use the grenade eggs to blow up the snapdragons and then shimmy past them. Or just shimmy past them with good timing. But I say nuts to that. And by using our double jump technique, you can just do this. And just bypass the whole thing. Much faster. And learn the taxi pack. This basically means that we'll now be able to pick stuff up and stuff it in Banjo's backpack, now that Kazooie isn't there. Press the Z button and the right and the left C button to pull out your pack. Then press the B button to scoop things up. It's usually pretty obvious what you can pick up, such as overweight school children. But yeah, that little double jump technique is so helpful. Just bypasses a lot of things. It's great. All right. Now that we've learned what we need to learn here, let's get out of here. Down we go! Let's see, let's go back towards the start. Let's head in that direction first, or the opposite direction of where we initially went. Excuse me. Collect some musical notes while experiencing some pretty bad slowdown. Again, it's really near the middle of the game where you really start to feel the slowdown and the overambition of Banjo-Tooie. But this Jam Jars teaches us the springy step shoes. You'll be able to use these boots to bounce your way up to high areas. However, as Jam Jar said, you only get one attempt to use them, so use them wisely. Okay, that guy over there. Let's see if I can jump to this pedestal. I cannot, but I see that switch. I also hear something, saw me. Alright. Use a grenade egg to hit the switch, which reveals that Jinjo. Alright, so first let's go in here. This leads to the train station, because, you know, that's exactly what when I think of prehistory, I think of train stations. Alright, so these jerks are called rock knots. They're heavily armored, but thankfully, well, not that. Yes, you do have big, tough armor, but they have a very obvious weakness. If If I could actually land it on the platform. But yeah, they'll turn to face you wherever you're looking, so... just carefully position, and you'll find a, a crack in the armor, so to speak, and blow them up. So yeah, after blowing up all of the Rock Nuts tribe, you'll get a Jiggy. Yeah, it's a little, a little suspect, but you know that's rare for you. Oh, hello. I'm trying to look at my notes. Okay, the train switch isn't here. This is a Minjo, by the way. Whoop. Okay, so we've done that, which is good. Hello, you. Boogle Boogle Cave. Want to share. Huh, interesting. The idea that sharing is bad. Well, we'll just have to educate you, I think. First, for right now, let's go inside here. Hello, Baked Ziti. We're glad to have you here. Hello. So yeah, believe it or not, this is actually the same cave that we came into from Mayahem Temple to steal that idol back. So, clearly these guys have, relatively short-term memories. Activate this. But yeah, now we're back here. Let's see. Does this lead where I think it does? Yes, it does. Okay, cool. Ah! Just like from the beginning. Yeah, because of the interconnected world thing. It's a neat idea. Okay, so, once you reach Pterodactyl Land, you may notice some of the beehives have this kind of scowl with these red eyes. This means they'll try and attack you if you get too close. Your beak barge is a good attack to deal with them. They'll just basically attempt to bum rush you. Defeating them will cause them to drop 2 honeycombs. Now you might think, oh, they attack us. That makes them worse than regular beehives. Actually, no, because they continuously respawn. Which means you technically have an unlimited source of health if you need it. But we are going to split up. Darn it. Alright, rat-a-tat-rat. As you can see, with how I'm playing, I'm gonna need all the health I can get. But anyway, how are you doing, Baked Ziti? I'm gonna split up here. So we can actually squeeze in through this little passage. Can't do anything with this yet. We will be able to eventually. I always just rolled into them? Ah, okay. Rolling works too. Doing good. I am doing well too, thank you. But this jam jar silo will teach us, or teach Kazooie, how to hatch. Hatch is very simple. When you're sitting on something that can be hatched, press Z and then B. Just like this. What an ability. Let's see. Oh, that button's on the other side, so we can open up a shortcut back. Okay. Alright, well, we have hatch now, but we can't do anything with that egg still yet. We have to activate it first. Excuse me. I just replaced the stick on my N64 controller. It's so much better now. Yeah, it's just... You know, I mean, to be fair, the N64's analog stick, like, compared to other analog sticks, is bad, but, you know, you still want the original. It worked for what it was. Okay, let's keep looking around. Again, I always like to try to clean the area up first, like find warp pads and stuff, before I like to try to collect jiggies if I can. Just simplifies things. Path to nest, okay. No way, man, best stick ever. I'm not so sure about that. You ever play Mario Party? You get the blisters and punctures in your hands? Those are always fun, right? Okay, so as you can hear, there's a rock nuts in this cave. So we'll just guide a Clockwork Kazooie egg around the other side. Huh? There we go. And boom goes your butt. N64's control stick uses optics. It's more accurate than your typical analog stick. It's uncomfortable, but a simple rubber cap fixes that. Oh, okay. Interesting. Can't do anything with that yet. Will eventually. That's a tunnel. Let's see where that tunnel goes. Oh. Well, we found the shortcut. That's good. Use that for something. Should be a warp pad relatively close to here, I think. First, let's use the new springy step shoes. Press A when you're in the spot you want to give a big old jump. It's like a shock jump spring pad you carry with you. Try playing F-Zero or shooting the crispy bacon fish with an Xbox controller. It's way too sensitive. I have beaten this game via Xbox Live Arcade version before, so I didn't think it was that hard. I wouldn't refute that it's harder, but I never really had much trouble with it personally, but that's just me. Let's see. Found a Globo. Is there anything in the water here that I should care about? I don't think so. Would like another Clockwork Kazooie egg. That could be nice. Get some lovely N64 slowdown again. Oh yeah, I mean through N64 emulation. They probably tweaked aiming for the Xbox Live version. Oh, okay, that makes sense. There's a rock nuts in there. Thankfully, there's a nice little hole. It's perfect for a Clockwork Kazooie egg. Do 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 do. And boom. All right, 2 left. I think we'll just flap down. It's a nice shortcut. There we go. Ah, there's the warp pad. I knew there was one here. Really? You're gonna tell me about this now, Mumbo? I mean, I did just accidentally step on it. So, you know. I guess that makes sense. Is that the train switch? Huh. I thought the train switch was in a harder to find spot. Oh well. I'm not complaining. Alright, now we can call the train, which we will need to do later, but not right now. Yeah, Pterodactyl Land is like the world where your pathing has to become really complicated if you want to complete everything in a smooth fashion. Oh, there's a boulder. Let's get rid of that, shall we? Ah, I found the treble clef. Nice. Get out of my way. Or, you know, you could still live. I guess that works too. Actually, no, it is not time for this yet. I'm getting ahead of myself. There's still a little more prep work we need to do before we before we call in Mumbo and Humba. We're actually relatively close to where we need to be, so let's just go over here. Oh yeah, definitely give me more clockwork eggs. I love the sound that they make when you pick them up. I just think it's funny. This ledge is important, so remember this little ledge. Because now we can go in here. The Styracosaurus family cave. This place. I'm willing to bet this place caused a lot of frustration for a lot of people, which is, you know, understandable. I want to use this boulder, or get rid of the boulder. Can I use this alone? No, I cannot, but that's okay. There's a split-up pad literally right here. There's this boulder, which blocks a critical Mumbo pad. Hello. So now you've done it, Banjo. Well, there are a lot of problems. Scrat. Witch doctor. Oh, that's a funny joke, because, you know, shaman, witch doctor. That's funny. I like that. Scrit. Scrut. Alright, so we have 3 tasks to accomplish. We have to find one, heal one, and get one back to regular size. So it's a veritable smorgasbord of problems. There is an empty honeycomb piece here. But actually, we're already kind of on a head start because we found Scrut in Witchy World. And she's already on the train, so we just have to call the train in, and that will have Scrut back. Slide down the slope. Let's see, before we do anything else, let's go over this way. There's just so many tasks to complete, running all over the place. I mean, that is the name of the game. That is Banjo-Tooie for you. Isn't there supposed to be a flying pad? Or do I have to activate it somewhere? Probably have to activate it. Alright, so we got a maze of holes here that we'll need to use the Clockwork Kazooie eggs to go in and explore. Oh, a Jinjo. Nice. Oh, by the way, you can hurt Banjo with the self-destruct of the Clockwork Kazooie egg, so, you know, don't do that. It's a ledge. More eggs. I do like more eggs. Is this what we need? Oh yeah, that's our target. So there's one more rock nuts. I actually think I know where he is. It's springy step time. Yeah, there's no flight pad here. There's supposed to be a flying pad here. Oh, I know when it appears. Okay. There I go, doing things out of order again. But that's okay. So what we need to do is go back quickly into the Unga Bunga cave. Which is right here, thankfully. And right here, we can snag some springy step shoes. And we'll use them to continue to scale the mountain. Man, could you imagine if hiking boots worked like this? Everyone would have climbed Mount Everest by now. Make sure we don't accidentally bounce off. And up we go! And now we're gonna have mucus launched at us, which, you know, is simply delightful. Need to quickly spiral up the mountain. Without getting goobered on. Watch it! Alright, we made it. Yeah, we got a warp pad. Purple mucus. Yeah, should probably get that looked at. Also, why would bears steal eggs? Aren't bears more interested in, like, honey and stuff? Alright, so let's go inside the nest. Okay, that's actually a pretty sick line. Terry, disgruntled pterodactyl parent. Okay, so in this section, or this part, Terry will spit at us. Terry can lead their shots, so you'll need to make sure you keep that in mind. Then just pelt them with grenade eggs when they try to find a better perspective. Alright, now we have mucoids, which is mucus with eyeballs. But thankfully, a simple roll attack will take care of them. Alright, time for another round of Dodge the Mucus. Alright. Now, just... So what truly killed the dinosaurs? High-impact explosives. It wasn't a meteor shower or, you know, anything like that. It was a bunch of grenades. Easy peasy. I will take that health, though. Explosives. Yeah. Alright, just dodge one more barrage of It's just running in a circle. There we go. And where'd you go? There you went. What? And we win. Four eggs, alright. Before I become extinct. You know, so, you know, no time pressure or anything like that. Now we get the flight pad. Alright, so there's an egg. So now I think the game will just show us where the four eggs are. There's one in the Oogle Boogle's cave. Flight pad in this level is awesome. Yes, it is. Okay, so it only just shows two, but that's fine. So collect that Jiggy. Drill in this, and we'll immediately get another Jiggy. That was very, very fast and very easy, which I appreciate. Let's resupply. I need more Clockwork Kazooie eggs. Yeah, you only pick up one egg at a time from Clockwork Kazooie egg nest, which makes resupplying pretty slow. Can't go that way. Well, I mean, I guess technically we could, but then we'd walk off a cliff and die. Which I'd rather not do, thanks. Push this. Which takes us inside the mountain and reveals these split-up pads. Now, as you can see, there is one of the eggs up there. We're gonna save that one for last. It's very important that we do. Don't worry, Banjo, it's okay. You know, the water will prevent you from shearing all of your body parts off. Okay, so... Oh, I know what we have to do. We have to fly there. Oh, smart. Yeah. ZD knows what's going on. Alright, just clamber on up. Alright. We need to land on top of that pillar, but we want to create a shortcut first. Just push this button, and it'll raise the underwater bridge. Now we'll bounce up here. Chomposaurus, stomach-cramped carnivore. Now I know what you're thinking. Well, wait, is this another boss fight? And no, it is not, so... I'm not sure why this character gets like one of those descriptions. Because I thought that was only saved for the bosses. But anyway, we've been eaten. Inside Chompa's belly. No, I already know. It's very simple. You gotta shoot these, globs that pop out. I think they're like, blargs? Is that what they're called? I don't know. But basically just shoot them. You have rapid fire eggs, so just hold down the Z button. And just spin in place and shoot. It's easy enough. You gotta score 60 points in 60 seconds. Is this how antacids work? Like inside every tablet of like a Tums or something, there's just a a bird-wielding bear that shoots out all of, like, your stomach ulcers and things like that? I mean, probably not, but, you know. One can hope. Oh, can I score 100 points? Nope. Insta-killed. Yeah, didn't you see Ozzy and Drix? Ah, that is true. That is true. And we get a Jiggy for our efforts. But I would like to not play again, please. I've already spent far too much time in stomachs today. Yuck. Well, at least we're not eaten, so that's good. Okay, so now we can leave. Okay, let's see. This is the important part, because now I gotta think about the order that I want to do things in. I mean, it's not like I haven't been doing that throughout the entirety of Pterodactyl Land, but this part's critical. Okay, I want to go back to the beginning, cause... No. I want... Well, I'd like to not be charged, please. That is definitely something I don't want. Let's see, I can't... I need... Wumba. I need Humba Wumba to help me with that. Can't do that yet. I would like to take to the sky. Actually, I can do that alone. Kazooie can take care of both of the flying things alone. Alright, Kazooie, you're on. Please tell me I can, like, get over there. Pretty sure I can. Oh, yeah. Easy enough. So yeah, Kazooie by herself can still use all the various shoes. Banjo cannot, because they just don't fit him. Alright, let's fly. First things first, we want to pick up this Jinjo. We opened up earlier. Yeah. If I can land on this, that would be great. Jump over to this. Whoop, 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 whoop. Easy, easy. There we go. Alright. Now we can just lob a Clockwork Kazooie egg over his shoulder. And give him the world's most explosive back rub. That's the last one. Alright, now we need to go back to the flying pad so that we can get to one of the first eggs that we need. I can only imagine, like, how intense the pathing must be for speedrunning this game. Like, if you're trying to do 100%. Use the beak bomb to quickly speed our way over to here. Please don't crash. Whew. Okay, cool. Let's just say he won't have constipation for a while. Agreed. Alright, we can now hatch this. Well, I mean, every parent thinks their child is cute, so, you know, I won't be the judge of that, but... Alright, so now we need to book it back to the Unga Bunga Cave, because that's where one of the eggs is located. Back and forth, back and forth. I mean, that's just what you do. I am enjoying this, I really am. I know it kind of seems like I've been joking on this game a lot, and it's definitely got its problems, but I still really enjoy it. Alright, so now that we're back here, we can go over here. Get rid of the evil beehive. And slip in through here. Find the second egg. Excellent. Alright, 2 down, 2 to go. Okay, so let's see. I know there's one area that we can go to that doesn't require Mumbo or Humba to help us. But that's an area so independent from everything that we can just go there last, so I think it's time to transform. And we want to transform first because Mumbo actually has an interaction with Humba in this world and can change things, so use this warp pad, jump to Wumba's wigwam, I do have a Globo, so that's fine. Alright, let's go in. We're a little baby T-Rex. Use control stick to move. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wait, that's it? You can't do anything else? In an interesting twist, you actually have to talk to one of the local dinosaurs and learn your other skill. Roaring. Vicious T-Rex. Just tap B for a short roar and hold it for a long one. You actually don't use the baby T-Rex for very much, but most of the enemies will just completely ignore you. They'll leave you alone, so that's good. Last I played this, I thought the game was bugged for a good 5 minutes because I forgot you have to talk to that dino. Yeah, it's weird. It's like, it's the only example of this in the whole game, so. Our roar enables us to open up these doors. Right here, we've got a Cheeto page. And a very important sign. Okay. Roar, 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 roar. And the glittering prize will be yours. Yep. Already forgotten that, so thankfully, this is where pen and paper comes in. Alright, say that again, please. Oh, I see. Thank you, Baked ZD. So, roar, roar, roar. Wow, I didn't even know you could run into that. Okay, you learn something new every day. Yeah, it's like that code is always the same, but it's just... I have trouble remembering it. Okay, so now we go through here. Here's the code. Okay, so it's roar, 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 roar. Okay. Also, no joke, isn't that all we do with the baby T-Rex? Like, we get that one Jiggy and that one Cheeto page and we're done? How disappointing. Yep, that's it. That's what I thought. I mean, there is more to it than just this, but somehow that'll manage to be even more disappointing. But, we'll get to it actually right now, because that's what we need to do. Alright, so I'm gonna warp back to the world entry, because it's finally time to see Mumbo. But unfortunately, there's not like a good warp to get closer. Actually, I think from Wumba's Wigwam is a little closer, but we had to come this way basically anyway, so... There we go. Not sure why the turbo trainers are here, but we will need the wading boots for I think the last time in the game. Cross the muck. Stand on this. Globo's hidden behind Mumbo's skull. Oh, we might as well do this now. Shimmy across this ledge to find this not at all suspicious boulder. Just drill it down. And get a Cheeto page. We'll just grab the wading boots again. Alright, now it's Mumbo time. Got some feathers. I actually do need some feathers. I think you told me before, but this piece of island is an Easter egg. Yes, this is precisely, what I wanted to show. I hadn't forgotten about it. Believe me, how could I ever forget about it? But we will see that on the way out. I promise. Don't worry. I'll show it off and scar everyone else. Mumbo time. Okay, so first, we want to create a nice shortcut and enlarge these stepping stones. Because that's Mumbo's power in this world, enlarging stuff. Okay, and now we want to warp to Wumba's Wigwam. Because we can actually use Mumbo to change the size of Wumba's Wigwam, thus changing what she transforms us into. We can actually use this Mumbo pad again to transform Wumba's Wigwam back to whatever size we need. No, we don't want to do that. What we want to do now, go through that tunnel there. Mumbo Wumba. Yeah, I guess it's better than Humba Jumbo. That just sounds like a kind of brand of jambalaya. Man, jambalaya sounds really good right now. Haven't had that in so long. Dang, now I've just made myself really hungry. Well, that's my fault. Okay, so this is why we came here earlier and bashed that boulder, because Mumbo will help get Scrit? I think this is Scrit. Thud. Alright. Okay, so that takes care of that. And actually, yeah, that's all we do with Mumbo in this world. But believe it or not, we're not done with Mumbo with that, Styracosaurus family, because, well, we'll need his help for one of the other kids. Because that sequence is probably one of the most convoluted in the whole game, at least in terms of, like, what you have to do. But Mumbo, you're done here in Pterodactyl Land. And back into your chair you go. Again, he always sounds so sad when his turn is over, but like, you get to sit. Banjo and Kazooie have not sat down for hours, man. Keep your priorities in check. As a kid, I always called this Pterodactyl Land. Oh yeah. Is that what it is? Pterodactyl Land? Or is it... No, Pterodactyl Land. Now I don't know. I never thought of it that way. Oh, right, we can just jump in. But when Wumba's Wigwam is big, you turn into the Daddy T-Rex, who still makes Banjo's noises. Who knows? And no, that's not me making a joke. This transformation is legitimately called Daddy T-Rex. And so I know what you're thinking. Wow, we're a big, beefy boy T-Rex. This is gonna be awesome. You do two things with the guy. Like, literally just two things. I mean, it's cool as heck, but like, you don't do anything. It's such a letdown. Like, you cannot give me the power to become a T-Rex. Just roar at this guy, which will send him screaming into the night. Ah, lovely. Okay, so now we can enter the Oogle Boogle Cave. I can climb this slope and slow everything down. Unk. That's the sound, unk. Can I cross this gap? I don't think so. Can I cross the ledge? No. That is such... That's also disappointing. I mean, I know it wouldn't make much sense, but... Come on, I'm already a gigantic T-Rex in ridiculous shorts and backpack. Just let me have this one thing, alright? So I can't go that way, so now we have to go the long way. Can I use the warp pads? I don't think I've ever actually tried to use the warp pads. Please tell me you can use the warp pads. Don't continue to disappoint me. Oh. This form sucks. I can't do anything. Like, all you do as the Daddy T-Rex is you roar at that guard, and you stand on a button. That's it. I can't warp. I can't jump over anything. This... This is such a letdown. Like, this is already just so dumb. Just go all the way with it. Give me maximum dumb. That's what I want. I want maximum stupidity in my video games. I want to be a warp pad using, able to jump high, can do a lot of things, giant T-Rex. Like, you had one job. One job, programmers. You couldn't even do that. Unbelievable. I'm gonna go back 20 years in time and slap some people in the face. But yeah, the basic idea with that is there's a giant button that you can only stand on as the daddy T-Rex. You push the button, you transform back, and you pick up the Jinjo. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go cry. Because that had no right to be as underwhelming as it was. But we can now go into the Oogle Boogle Cave, which is important, so at least we have that, I guess. It's kind of cold comfort, honestly, but take what you can get, I guess. At least we were able to transform at all. Actually, as long as we're here, we might as well also summon the train. Alright, call the train, please. Yes. Alright, so, as we did previously, the dinosaur in the Cave of Horrors is Scrut, the missing Steractosaurus. I think that's the name anyway. So, she's already on the train, so we just have to call the train, and we'll be good. So yeah, you definitely want to do this ahead of time, because it's a real pain in the neck to go back. Just wait for this scene to pass. I'll drink some water. Alright then, well, at least she's back. Now we need to keep the train here because we need Chuffy for something else. Chuffy's a great name for a train, by the way. Now we want to head into the Oogle Boogle's cave. I'm gonna get my fire eggs ready. Hello. You look chilly. Alright. So the warmth is easy. Just launch a fire egg at each of the little fireplaces. Junk food good. Junk food is good. But we don't have any junk food on us. Let's see. The Oogle Boogles have really big toes. Like, abnormally big toes. Kinda creeping me out. Okay, so there's one of the eggs. Okay, so what we're about to do is probably the single most important thing you will see me do a whole stream. For the love of all that is good and decent, push this button. As you can see, this leads to Witchy World. As I mentioned previously, in Witchy World, Grunty will take your food if you try and leave the park. However, we're going to technically not violate that rule to get the Oogle Boogle some food. However, right now, we cannot do that. We need an ability we do not have yet. And that gate in the way will prevent you from doing so. Launch another fire egg. There's only 3 cavemen, thankfully. Alright, so everyone's warm. But now they all want junk food. Alright, so now we need to split up so that Kazooie can hatch that egg. Right over here. There we go. Where's the cave women? They already evolved. They're already much more advanced than these losers. They're not here, they moved out. They're not dumb enough to stay in a place like this. Alright, so just one more egg to find. Like, seriously, only a man would think that spending, like, a night in a cave would be a good idea. Am I wrong on this? Okay. So I did that. Now we want to warp back up to the top. And avoid shattering my limbs, please. Thank you. No, we want to jump back to the tip top of the mountain. Alright, head this way. Alright, now this is why I recommend that you leave this egg for last. You have to split up here. But, whichever egg you hatch last... Wait, how do I get up there? Oh, I have to fly. Bloop. There we go, that's what I want. Fly nice and high. There we go. But yeah, the last egg that you hatch, wherever it is, the kid will be gigantic. So yeah, this is a job for Banjo. You'll need the taxi pack in order to carry the kid back. And of course, the less distance you have to travel, the better, so that's why saving this egg for last is good. Man, Banjo must have a really strong back to be able to carry something like that. And again, just because Banjo has something in his backpack, you can't do any of the moves that you could with Kazooie. So don't think about it. Alright, here we are. Home sweet home. Ah. I guess parenting does have some benefits. Alright, let's go get Kazooie. And proceed on our merry way. Hopefully not off the side of the cliff. So as you can see, the worlds are starting to take quite a bit longer because there's a lot more steps to do. Let's just drop down. Actually, I'm not sure if that was the right move. Because now I have to... Let me check my status real fast. Oh, I know where the last Jinjo is. I don't think I can get the last Cheeto page right now. I don't think so, anyway. See, I can't get the Oogle Boogle Jiggy. I can't get that one. I'm working on the... Okay, no, we'll be fine. But as you can see, we've already spent an hour in this stage. Let's see, it'll just be faster if we go over this way. And not get nibbled on. Don't you laugh at me. My feelings are very sensitive. Alright, now we can finally cross this path over here. Just make sure you don't get knocked off. Well, this won't end well. Alright, well, that was not how I expected my first death to be, but that's just how it is. But thankfully, again, because of infinite lives, you just jump right back. Stupid knockback. Alright, smart Alec. I guess I should have done this beforehand. I'm glad you don't exist anymore. Alright, here we are in the bonfire cavern. With this flaming brush. Thankfully we have ice eggs. What? Okay, are there gaps or is there supposed to be a path? I thought there was a path between those steps. Apparently not. Alright then, apparently... Well, I mean, you know, it's fall. It's fall right now. I'm just staying in the season. I don't know what you're talking about. Awesome. There's gaps, okay. I thought there was a path, but clearly there is not. No! Thank you. All they had to do was not put you there. Thankfully, there's a warp pad on the other side, so we'll never have to do this again. By the way, you can just shoot forward. You don't have to aim the ice eggs. Oh, I believe you. It's just, well, you know, they gave me the ability to aim eggs. I'm gonna do it. Plus, it probably just makes it easier. It's slower, but easier. Well, welcome to the Stomping Plains. And if you're wondering, well, why do they call them the Stomping Plains? This is why. You'll see it in just a moment. Any second now. Yeah, this is the Stompodon, the Tyrassic Steamroller. Thankfully, the Stompodon cannot stomp you in the footprints. So run from footprint to footprint. Make sure to use your Talon Trot. Ugh! Ow. Yeah, if you get hit, you'll lose every single health point except one, so... not good. Alright, well, we made it. Well, I can't step on that switch, but that's fine. That's a Jinjo. But you step on the Banjo and Kazooie switch, you get a Jiggy. Okay, so as you can see, there were two other switches. Each character has to cross the, stopping planes themselves. Kazooie can do it by herself because she's fast enough. Banjo, on the other hand, cannot because he's just slow. No, go back. Whew. Woo! Alright. Got a Jinjo. Actually, I'm not sure why I did this, because I have to bring Banjo here alone, and then they oh, well, it's fine. I wasn't thinking. But yeah, Banjo will actually not be able to make it across just yet without the correct skill, which he doesn't know yet. Okay, so what's left? There's a Cheeto page. I know there's two Jiggies we just flat out can't get right now. I think we go back to Wumba's Wigwam. Because we don't need to transform, but it is close to where we need to go. Isn't it? Am I just totally lost? Yeah, I'm just totally lost. Actually, no, I'm not. This was correct, but I got turned around. Because these worlds are pretty big, as you've seen. Alright, so before I do the thing that I need to do, I'm gonna do one of the other things I need to do. And, potentially scar everyone for life. But before I show you this thing, I wanna, put you in the right mindset. If I can even make that jump. Alright, now let's try. That works. Okay. So, I want you to, put your mind into the gutter. Just be utterly depraved. I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. Just completely, utterly, like, gutter ball your brain. Now, with your mind firmly planted in the gutter, tell me. Let's get a better shot. I sure hope this doesn't ban me off of Twitch. Otherwise, this might be the last episode you ever see. Now, with your gutterball brain, tell me. What does this look like? What does this scene look like? Just like, again, gutterball brain. What does that look like? What do you think is happening here? I'm sorry I'm making you sick. It's just hard to get a good perspective. Oh, yeah, that's what we want. Oh, man, I really am gonna get banned off of Twitch for this. Yeah, so... I'm not gonna say exactly, what that looks like. You have eyeballs and the proper mindset. But, you can, I think everybody knows what that's supposed to look like. Oh, this game's great. Rated E for everyone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. I'm positive of that. Okay, but anyway, one of the last things that we need to do here is first fight this beehive, because I badly need some honey. Mmm. Yummy. Alright, so we need to take advantage of the split-up pads here, because we're going to need the taxi pack. So we gotta carry the sick kid Scrat. Yoink. And take them to the, to Chuffy. Ooh, definitely like some more health. Mmm. Much better. We're almost done with Pterodactyl Land, by the way. But unfortunately, this last Jiggy will take a bit of time. But that's just how it goes. Alright, so now that we're here in the Pterodactyl train station, we'll go inside the storage car and let the kid out. Now, there's a swap cloud nearby. Yes. Alright, so now we need to tag in Kazooie and bring her back to the train station so that we can leave together. We're gonna head back to the Isle of Hags, because this is that one instance where Mumbo in the Isle of Hags matters. Like, this is what we're about to do is the only thing Mumbo has to do in the Isle of Hags. And it's for this one Jiggy in Pterodactyl Land. Okay. If you got any health, please give it to me. That'll work. You know what? It's more health than what we had. I'll take it. Please let me on the ladder. Thank you. Alright, to the Isle of Hags. Do. Gotta run, have fun. Alright, ZD, we'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so now that we're here, those of you with keen ears might have heard while we were looking around the temple over there that we unlocked, you might have heard some giggling. That was a Globo. I did not pick it up at the time because, well, I wanted to keep track and make sure that I knew it was still there. So what we gotta do is very simple. Go around the side, climb up this vine. Snag this Globo. Would like that honey. Not that camera angle, though. The camera angle's atrocious. Okay. Alright, so with Globo in hand, we can now get Mumbo's help. Oh, there's some honey. Not that we need any. This is a great camera angle. That's not better? There we go. Alright, Mumbo, get off your tush. Excellent. Okay, so Mumbo's one task here in the cliff top is to heal, Scrat. No, Scrat. And we do it with this admittedly kind of cool white-colored Mumbo pad. Heal. Sick Styracosaurus. Alright, kid's fine now. So now we just switch back to Banjo. That was it. That was all. That was the whole reason that Mumbo is here on the cliff top. That was it. Just that one jiggy. That was programming, modeling. That was time well spent, basically. Alright, so we'll take Chuffy back to Pterodactyl Inn and get our prize. All of this for a single jiggy. You do what you have to, I guess. Alright, now that the train's here, Scrat will run off on his own. Another jiggy. And yep, only one jiggy, not two. Oh well. So that actually takes care of everything we can do in Pterodactyl Land for right now. I'm pretty sure anyway. There might be one more thing we can do, but I will double check. I'm gonna ignore that Minjo. We need to take advantage of the flying pad again. Upsy daisy. I'll just spring right up here. Perfect. So we want to land right about here. To meet this guy. Wow, look at that tongue. Dippy, seeker of beverages. It took all of the N64's programming to animate that tongue. Blurg. So you know Kazooie's little jab there, that water's not just gonna fall out of the sky? That's actually what we need to do with Drippy. But we won't be able to do anything just yet. Okay, so inside this hole is a Cheeto page. Actually, I should just be able to lob a Clockwork Kazooie egg at it. If I can get the position right. Again, the Clockwork Kazooie eggs enable you to kind of overshoot. You know, you can ignore having to... That should count, I think. If I can get the position right. But I might not be able to collect this right now through regular means. Got it! Haha! Because I'm pretty sure you need to wait until this little hole fills with water. Then you can, collect the Cheeto page, but I already did, so haha! Eat it, developers! Okay, so now we're all done here. There's nothing else we can do. Let's just get on out of here. Let's see. Oh, we're coming up on 4 hours. Really? 4 hours? Huh, alright. Doesn't seem like that long has passed, but hey, you know, that's what my, session timer says, so, I'll believe it. So I think the only thing we're gonna do before we call it quits for today is we're gonna reach the last main area. Once I find... We're looking for a pair of springy step shoes, which we need to use in order to jump up the track. I would like some red feathers, though. That's better. Whoa, watch it! Yeah, these shoes will enable us to bounce up here. This is the Quagmire, the last main area of the ILO Hags, and home to some of the most insidious worlds of the game. Ugh. But yeah, there's nowhere else to go. So let's see. I want to go back to the Wooded Hollow, because we can open up the last regular world of the game. And we might as well do that. And then I think we're going to stop. Actually, no, that's not true. Because if I don't do this now, I'm going to forget about them. So, first we're going to quickly jump to the plateau, because we have enough empty honeycomb pieces to extend our health. Yeah, we need 7, which we have. Yes, please. I need all the health I can get my grubby hands on. Man, 9 sections of health. We're gonna be nigh indestructible at this rate. Okay, so now let's jump back to Spiral Mountain so that we can cash in the Cheeto pages we have for our next cheat. Let's see, because actually after finishing up Pterodactyl Land, there's a lot of stuff we can do, but I'm only going to do the stuff that I know I'm going to forget about, because, well, they're just not things that I think about normally, like extending my health or cashing in my Cheeto pages. Because I'll forget about them if I don't, so just do this last bit of backtracking, and we'll be done for the day. Yes, hello. I don't care, just give me what I want. I've already seen this. The third cheat is fall-proof. You can probably guess what that cheat does just by the name, but once we unlock it, I'll talk about it some more. How's my egg supply looking? I don't want that. Give me some ice eggs. Give me a clockwork egg. And give me those grenade eggs. Yeah, thankfully the egg and feather nests in Spiral Mountain, they reappear after some time, so if you need supplies, it's a good place to go. Speaking of supplies, I need more Clockwork Kazooie eggs. I just need a lot, okay? They could have given you 2 per bundle, but no, they had to cheap out and only give you 1. Okay, so first we're gonna stop by Heggy's egg shed, because we actually have the abilities necessary to hatch the final mystery egg. In order to hatch it, you need the bill drill, the split-up pads, and finally the hatch ability. So Kazooie can hatch this one by herself. And for hatching this egg, you unlock Jinjo as a multiplayer character. Used in the multiplayer modes, obviously. Very cool. Okay, so that's all the... No, that's not true. We haven't used the ice key yet. But I'll show off what the ice key does in the next session, so you have something to look forward to. As long as we're here, we might as well unlock the final regular world of the game. As you can see, this puzzle's pretty barren of pieces. But that's something a quick-witted adventurer like myself can't solve. Nope. 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 Yes. Almost there. Just a few more. No. Yes. That's what we want. Come on. Almost there. And done. And that reveals a bubble. We unfortunately do not have enough Jiggies to unlock a new area. We need 55 Jiggies, which is, yes. That's what I remembered it being, and I was correct. The old memory's still good for something. Okay, so last thing we're gonna do before we call it quits today is punch in that code. There are more Jiggies we can collect now that we have more abilities, but kind of being worn down a little bit. This is a good stopping point anyway, so just get this done and we can stop. Okay, so our code is fall proof. P-R-O-O-F. The fall proof cheat means that you can no longer take damage if you fall from a great height, which would have been really handy to have earlier. Very, very handy. All right, folks. Well, I think that's going to do it for today. Man, we've done a lot, but there's still a lot to do. So thank you for stopping by, everybody. I had a fabulous time. I hope you did as well. It looks like my week is actually pretty calm, so I might actually get to stream all 3 days that I'd like to today. At least I hope so. I know I will. But, my friends, please tune in on Wednesday for when we tackle perhaps the game's most infamous world. A world that's saying just the name of it strikes fear into the hearts of lesser mortals. Grunty Industries, as well as some backtracking to collect other stuff. If you'd like to stay up to date on the things that I do, I have both a Twitter and a Discord that you can see in my information panels. But, for now, this is the Defender signing out. See you later!